Fire, 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 fire. Fire, fire, fire. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Fire, fire. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Alala, yeah. Fire, 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 fire.
Just coming in.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President,
Good morning. May we observe a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Order with regard to the first order of the day, I wish to inform honorable members that I received a notice of motion on the funding of regional caucuses. I shall now invite Honorable Professor Margaret Kama, the mover of the motion, to make her presentation. State that the motion is debated within 1 hour maximum. So by 10:30, we close debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move a motion on the funding of regional caucuses. Recalling that Rule 83.1 of the PAP Rules of Procedure 2011 provides that each region shall form a regional caucus consisting of all the members from that region, affirming that the Pan-African Parliament consists of 5 regional caucuses, namely the Northern, Eastern, Southern, Central, and Western, which cater for the 5 geopolitical regions of the continent. Cognizant that one of the major functions of the Pan-African Parliament are espoused in Article 11.6 of the PAP protocol is to promote the programs and objectives of the African Union in the constituencies of the member states, conscious that the Western and Central regional caucuses have made commendable strides towards fulfilling this objective by conducting advocacy missions to Cape Verde and Cote d'Ivoire from 25th to 28th September 2023, and convening a conference in Chad from the 2nd to 4th October 2023, respectively, for the countries, to lobby for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the African Union legal instruments and shared values, including the Malabo Protocol, as reported in the plenary meeting of the 2nd July 2024, this last Tuesday, commending the Central and Western Africa regional caucuses for taking the initiative to conduct these advocacy missions in the furtherance of the PAP's mandate of familiarizing the people of Africa with the objectives, policies, aims, and programs of the African Union in line with Articles 3.4 of the PAP protocol as read with Rule 4C1 of the PAP Rules of Procedure. Concerned, however, that while the PAP provided funding for the advocacy missions for the aforesaid regional caucuses, the northern and southern caucuses did not receive similar funding, while the eastern caucus has often had to rely on the benevolence of individuals to fund their programs. Gravely concerned that dependency on other sources other than PAP for funding compromises caucuses and limits the caucuses' ability to make independent and objective decisions regarding the agenda and logistics, which may diminish the effectiveness and impact of the proposed activities. Now, therefore, I urge this Parliament, Mr. President, to 1, clarify how regional caucuses are funded institutionally as vital organs of the Pan-African Parliament. 2, implore the Bureau to ensure equitable funding for all regional caucuses to be able to fulfill their functions and contribute to the achievement of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. President, as I move this motion, I just want to mention why I am moving it. And this is because of the impressive manner, and I really congratulate the Western and the Central Caucus. I'm moving this because of the impressive manner that the reports of the Western and the Central Caucus were presented in this House on Tuesday. It was done in a structured manner, and it gave meaning to the missions that they did in their partner states. And it actually showed that we can do more than just complaining about the lack of knowledge of the PAP in our partner states if we can move around and present ourselves. Number 2, I am also bringing this to the attention of the honorable members, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, because there has to be a principle of rotation in the caucuses meetings themselves. And I picked this from the Western Caucus, where in thanking the Bureau for the sponsorship, they are moving from Cape Verde to Sierra Leone, and they say they're even going to a third country. I think this is very important, and this is important when we are sponsored, all of us equally, because the principle of rotating from partner states, from member states to another member state, helps the caucus itself to know itself. Because currently in the Eastern Caucus, we have the highland countries and we have the mainland countries, but we don't know each other. So getting sponsorship from PAP will enable us to move. In fact, I want to mention that in the Eastern Caucus, and that's my third reason I wanted to present this, that last year we chose as a caucus that we wanted to go to Seychelles. But Seychelles was waiting for funding from PAP. But because there was no funding, we couldn't do that. As I move, Mr. President, I ask members to support this motion, and because this motion will give meaning to the effect of our own slogan, One Africa, One Voice. Mr. President, I move and ask my colleague from the Seychelles, Honorable Wavell Woodcock, to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who seconds the motion? Honorable Wavell Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm seconding the motion brought by my sister in front of this august assembly this morning, as I do believe that a debate on the issue of funding of regional caucuses is long overdue. The motion was prompted by the report made by the Western and Central Regional Caucuses on the 2nd of July, when they explained to us and give us a detailed report of the activities and missions that they have undertaken. Western Caucasus had an advocacy mission to Cape Verde and Cote d'Ivoire, and the Central Caucus, Regional Caucus in Chad. But it is important to note, Mr. President, however, that other regional caucuses, the North, East, and South, are having difficulty to get the funding to organize other regional meetings or programs, or especially advocacy mission outside of South Africa. I do commend the Central and Western Regional Caucuses for the initiative and tremendous work to contribute towards the advancement of the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. And I also would like to commend all the President and Vice President of all the other caucuses for their commendable work and the number of initiatives that they have come up with to organize workshop, mission, advocacy mission outside of South Africa. But it is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, that many of the other caucuses that I've mentioned are always stumbling, always facing a stumbling block. The Bureau of PAP, committees, and caucuses are all working in unity for a common goal. But the elephant in the room that we are always addressing is always in regards to funding. In my intervention yesterday, I spoke about the challenges that even the Youth Caucus is facing to receive funding to organize our meeting outside of South Africa. And in some cases, we had to knock doors, and our last meeting, the one that was held in Morocco, we managed to secure a partnership and funding from the AGA. It is important for us to delve deeper into the issue of funding. Of course, knowing the challenges that PAP is facing to secure funding from AU, we need to discuss on the modality, on how PAP can go, on how far PAP can go to secure funding for our caucuses and even for our committee works and mission, especially outside of South Africa. Are caucuses allowed to get funds from other organizations? And the question we need to ask, who is funding the caucuses? Was the fund from AU? Can PAP receive funding from other organizations by bypassing AU? It is important to note that both the Western and the East and the Central Caucasus was fully funded by PAP, but are all the other caucuses, including youth and women, receiving the same opportunity? It is unfortunate, Mr. President, that we've had cases in the past whereby individual members have sponsored meetings outside the structure of PAP, sometimes without the knowledge of PAP leadership, without the knowledge of a bureau, or even without the knowledge of a caucus leadership, the caucus chairperson. And sometimes we've had issues in the past, we have caused division in the Pan-African Parliament as some individuals have negative motive with their own personal agenda, sometimes to get political mileage or to disrupt the work of a Pan-African Parliament. We need to clarify, we need to come to an agreement on how regional caucuses, meetings or mission outside of South Africa should be conducted. Hence why I am of the opinion that it should be mandatory that a notice of a regional caucus meeting must be signed by the authorized leadership of the caucus. Due notification must be given to the members, which is in this case, should be at least, notice should be given prior. The agenda of any meeting outside that has to do with any caucuses, regional caucuses outside of Africa, must be approved by the Bureau and disclosed to the participant. This requirement is consistent with Rule 84(1)B of the Rules of Procedures. Bureau members, it is important that Bureau members must subordinate themselves to the leadership of the caucuses and desist from abusing their positions to undermine the leadership of the caucuses and create parallel leadership structures. I am also of your opinion, Mr. President, that members should refrain from attending caucus meetings that are not following procedure and that are being convened outside of appropriate leadership structure, outside of the knowledge of the Bureau. Mr. President, us as members of the Pan-African Parliament, we must support this motion, as I believe it gives meaning and effect to the slogan, One Africa, One Voice. There must be unity of purpose. We should not be going against the leadership of the PAP and organizing meetings without the knowledge and without the approval of the leadership set up and voted by members of the Pan-African Parliament. We do not want cases of the past repeating itself. We need to follow our rules and procedure, and there must be a structure and format in the way that we do things and conduct meetings. So hence, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why I am seconding this motion this morning, as I do believe that we need to follow procedure. I do not wish for the issues that have happened in the past, last year, the disunity that have divided our house to happen again in the future of a PAP. And for that not to happen again, it is important that our rules and procedures are followed, that the leadership of PAP, the Bureau of PAP, is given due respect and the respect that it deserves. With this said and done, Mr. Speaker, I move a motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now go to the list of those that have expressed interest to debate. First is Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samata of Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, members. I support this motion for one simple reason. That's the way in which our operations are supported and funded goes to the heart of the integrity of the Pan-African Parliament. Thus, as I noted earlier a few days ago about the soft underbelly of PAP funded by external actors outside of our continent. Therefore, I would argue that it's unbecoming and damaging to have our official meetings, whether it's a committee, whether it's a caucus, or the entire PAP meeting supported by other officials outside the purview of the AU. We do not need external actors to further diminish the integrity of our organization, continentally speaking. And therefore, I would urge the members of the House and the leadership of the Parliament, Pan-African Parliament, to be hawkish about monitoring the integrity of our organizations and our institutions. Consequently, I fully support the motion that has been tabled by my sister from the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next is Honorable Sibongile Mamba of Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm a new member of PAP, and it's my first time to be here. My question is there any funding of activities expected from PAP because some of these activities are not a priority in our countries, and we have to introduce them. So the motion that has been said, I find it that I support it because I'm expecting PAP to have the budget for these caucuses. That's why I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Senator Stuki Motsa from Eswatini. I also support the motion that says the Southern Caucus should also be funded.
Mr. President, point of procedure.
Yes, point of procedure.
Mr. President, I think it's becoming now like we are not respecting ourselves. I think in any parliament, when you are contributing, you have to stand up. And I've seen members just seated and trying to
Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't notice that Honorable Stuki were actually debating while seated. Honorable Stuki, I didn't notice that. Please comply with the rules.
Apologies, Honorable President. It's because I saw everybody seated when they were submitting, so I thought it was the trend. Apologies. Like I had introduced myself, I am Senator Stuki Motsa from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I also support the motion that the Southern Caucus also has to be funded. Because if you get funding from a source that is not yours, whatever you do, you do it with consideration of the person that has funded you. Thus, that will compromise the decisions that you are going to take or make, and it will also compromise your impartiality. So I would urge that the House supports this motion. I duly submit, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Elizabeth Masuku.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Mr. President, regional caucuses are the backbone of Africa integration. Dedicated funding will enable them to effectively coordinate policies, promote economic development, and enhance peace and security. It's time for the AU, African Union, to prioritize PAP funding and allocate the necessary resources. PAP must establish stakeholders in region caucuses that can chip in when funding is needed. And also, unity is needed in our caucuses. United we stand, divided we fall. I support this motion. I thank you.
Honorable Fatomauta Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I also add my humble voice in supporting this motion. It is in order because it ensures that we adhere to the protocols in the Constitutive Act of the AU It ensures full participation of, to ensure the full participation of the African people by bringing the assembly closer to the people. We work in different caucuses, and these caucuses need to be funded so that they can come closer to the people. If everybody knows about the work that they do as a caucus, it will enhance adherence in those regions. We have seen the work of the West African caucus and the level of adherence in that region. And I think for that reason, I give my support to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amina Tijani Yaya Chad. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker, the motion seeks two things. The first thing is a clarification on how the regional caucuses are funded. So maybe, and this clarification is specific from the motion, the clarification is sought from the Bureau. So maybe, Mr. President, at some point, we may need that clarification. The second thing that this motion is seeking is to implore the Bureau to ensure equitable funding to regional caucuses. Again, Mr. President, maybe when you're giving the clarification, you might want to say something on that. But generally speaking, Mr. President, I support this motion from Professor Kamar. And the thing is, we need money, we need resources, honorable members, to hold these caucuses. In the eastern area of this continent, where we come from, I know that regional issues are arising, and these are security issues. We here in PAP have talked and supported parliamentary diplomacy. In fact, His Excellency, the President of PAP, has spoken about this, that at the level of the executive, presidents to presidents, ministers to ministers, they are doing their bit. But also, parliamentarians from Africa can go to these countries which are having regional strifes to talk sense into warring parties as independent interventionists. So, Mr. Speaker, we need these monies to carry out some of these extremely important functions that can only be done very well by Pan-African Parliament. So it is not just a matter of meeting, but just going to give confidence to a nation, just going to talk to different countries and tell them, look, parliamentarians, we are from different parts of Africa here. In fact, we are your members. We are asking that you play a role in bringing peace in this area. So, Mr. Speaker, the funding is required. Where I am not agreeing with some of our colleagues who have spoken with respect is that they are questioning if another member or if another source brings in the funding for these activities. I think we should not have a problem with that. What we need to do is to agree through this motion to structure the funding so that the funds, so that they don't seem to maybe seek to influence this parliament in a negative manner. I seek that we should not refuse these funds if they come, but they should be taken to the Bureau so that the Bureau can equitably allocate the funds to the various caucuses. And if the funds are not sufficient, Mr. President, my plea is that if you have this year funded Southern and Northern Caucus, maybe the next year we should be looking at other regions, other regional caucuses to benefit from the funds. I think we should not be restrictive. Let us open our hands to any person who is willing to support us, but it should be structured in the manner that it should go to the Bureau, and then the Bureau can then allocate to the regional caucuses. But we should not say that we don't want this money because it is coming from wherever it is. If it comes to a central place where the President and the rest of the Bureau can allocate it, then we should not have a problem. Mr. President, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Good morning, Mr. Presiding, and good morning to colleagues. I am very much privileged this morning to be one of the discussants with respect to the debate on the motion. Mr. Presiding, when communications are ambiguous, it creates misinterpretation. People interpret their own ways. The issue of the motionless communication, she fell short to tell this Ogobari, since indeed they are not being sponsored allegedly by this PAP, which one of the missions that they have carried out successfully or not successfully that was squarely relied on benevolence, as she mentioned. She needs to state that clearly as evidence that she had not been supported. Two, her their rating of formal communication to the leadership of PAC, making requisition of a specific mission that the PAC had not intervened. These are the inquiry that we want the proponents of this communication to tell this August body. And more besides, I believe also based on the intent and the content and the direction of this communication, it also implies that the leadership, one way or other, is insensitive allegedly to the plight of the people of the Southern, Northern, and Eastern region with respect to budget fundings. She was clear by giving an empirical facts about how the Western region and the Southern region, East and Central region, went on a mission and were successful. How did the budget come about, whether it was funded by PAP or it was funded by regional source, and all these things were not mentioned. So we would like for the motionless to please tell us which one the mission they have ever went on and make a requisition to this part, and they were unattended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Luther Sandy Collins, members of Parliament, Republic of Liberia. I'm grateful to stand before this Okobale in participation of this great discussion. Even though my being here these few days, I've been down because of climate change and I'm not too well, but I've made it my business to be here. I also want to agree with my colleagues that our colleagues should have specified directly as to what are those negative that we need to know. Of course, we can better address instead of just opening or open blanket message to this other body. So not to go far, I will want her to be keen whenever she decide to give forth deliberation, so that others' body will be careful as to how to handle the global activities as we go forward. I want to say thank you so much. And I take this time to let the floor be open to another person. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nikas Fagnon Benin.
Merci. Mr. President, good morning and thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Gochami Boyon. I'm from the Parliament of Benin. Honorable President, I salute this initiative of funding of regional caucuses. The previous colleagues who have spoken have raised aspects that I will not go back to on the role of the regional caucuses. Now, if you simply look at advocacy, what has been reported to us regarding the caucus of West Africa, and we look at the activities carried out by the activities of Central Africa, in particular in Chad, and you look at the challenges that they need to address as far as Africa Union's Agenda 2063. And when you consider that the African Union itself is not taking advantage of its strengths, well, we ought to really ensure that the regional caucuses work to address these issues. If they're not operating as they ought, then we will not be able to see the ratification of the treaties and protocols that we're working towards. We will not see that the valid and relevant decisions taken by the organs of the African Union being implemented. So therefore, it's important, Honorable President, that the regional caucuses are funded. Another reason I say this is because we are the representatives of the African people, and therefore now is the time that through our regional caucuses, we ensure that we come closer to these African people and understand the language of the people. We are closer to the people. It's easier to work through us to address issues like conflicts that arise amongst our people. And we've seen conflicts in many regions. Sometimes groups are established to address conflicts which are not relevant to us. So we are parliamentarians. We have a mission to fulfill, and our mission is to be the ambassadors of our people. Therefore, Honorable President, I would like to draw your attention to the following points. I agree that it's not the most difficult task to fund regional caucuses, but what is most difficult is to fund, or rather to capacitate the regional caucuses as well as the Pan-African Parliament itself.
1 minute, all right. Okay.
Yes, Honorable President, I was saying we need to build capacity to plan activities which are in complementarity. We should fulfill our mission of subsidiarity, and we should build a culture of results-based activities through the regional caucuses and ensure that appropriate reporting is carried out. This will help us to build credibility all in all. Thank you.
I'll first start by asking myself questions right on this floor of the House. That how magnanimous can I be to the level of sponsoring a caucus meeting without my personal interest if the money I'm sponsoring was hard-earned. That's my question, Mr. Speaker. When you come to this House, as we debate, Mr. Speaker, caucuses are a property of PAP. Caucuses are owned by PAP, and they must be funded procedurally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, if you look at how yesterday we were listening, Mr. President, the report of the youth on drugs and how they are affecting our continent. Mr. President, we must also know that some of these funders or donors must be made public, because some of them are fighting back what we are fighting against. We must know, Mr. President, if there is a source of money sponsoring a caucus, where has that money come from? Is it from PAP? If you are magnanimous enough, send money to PAP. Let PAP now designate the mandate. Because after the meeting of the caucuses, Mr. President, we must submit a report. Who we submit to who? The donor of the money or to PAP? Those are the questions we have to be given. And Mr. President, caucuses are equal. We must be equally funded. We must be given equal funding, Mr. President. And also we have to ask ourselves another question. That when the deal is too good, think twice. Supposing we are going to discuss you, and you are the donor of the caucus meeting. Shall we really discuss you? Mr. President, this is why we leave so many questions. And I support my sister professor for raising this salient motion on the floor of the House to beware and clear of everything, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are so many sources. We can get sources, Mr. President, from any wrong people in the world. That is why we must be careful, and the PAP must go forward for purposes of having our goals achieved as PAP, and also as dignity and image. Mr. President, the dignity and image this House has must be seen in how we run. So whoever that wants to support this.
Thank you. Honorable Rahab Mukami, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this motion, and I want to applaud my sister, Professor Kamal. Mr. President, first and foremost, I want to applaud the West Africa Caucus and Central Caucus, and I think this is where we are coming from as Eastern Caucus. Because since we joined this parliament, we've not done anything from our caucus. And as you know, all the disputes which were coming in this PAP, they were coming from Eastern Caucus. And that is why now we decided that we want to hear from you as the president of caucus. Why is Eastern Caucus not given money? We also need to know the procedure to be followed. And you know, Mr. President, rules should be followed to the letter. So it is a great concern, and that is why you can see members from Eastern Caucus, we are the ones who are trying to raise these issues so that we can know now, from now henceforth, what are we supposed to do. We don't want to be sponsored by the individuals, because the minute we start now getting funds from the individuals, we are going to be manipulated, and we are not going to do what we are supposed to do when we are in this parliament. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Tony Sbanse Sotini.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for granting me the floor to debate on this motion. I just tend to support this motion, Mr. President, and also want to thank the mover and the seconder of this motion, respectively. The reason why I want to debate this motion, Mr. President, is for two reasons. The first one is I'm a member of the Finance Committee, and secondly, I am a member of the Southern Caucasus region. Mr. President, I want to stand in support of the submission made by Honorable Mukatana, who is also a member of the Finance Committee, where he mentioned that the support should be accepted, from sponsors to regional caucuses. But I want to emphasize, Mr. President, that let's also be careful that these support by whosoever sponsor it is should not be routed through the caucuses, but should be routed through the Bureau, Mr. President, so that we know that the Bureau can be in a position to ascertain and vet the funder on his interest. Mr. President, my Prime Minister from the Kingdom of Eswatini made a very important submission or presentation on Monday, where he mentioned that let's make sure that we provide African solutions to African problems. And let us make sure that the dignity of this parliament is upheld by vetting every possible funder of any various interests. Mr. President, while appreciating the Western and Central Caucasus region for contributing to the advancement of the mandate of PAP by holding those meetings in Cape Verde and Cote d'Ivoire, pushing the Malabo Protocol, I want also to emphasize, Mr. President, that the Finance Committee is able, when they do the budget, they are able to allocate funds to the caucuses. And I just want to implore that the chairpersons of these caucuses, they need to stay closer with the Finance Committee to check on the progress, on the status of their budget. The Eastern Caucus is submitted by Honorable Memokami from Kenya, really needs to be looked at closely, because if there are individuals who are perpetrating or funding caucus missions without a clear mandate from the Bureau, it is concerning, Mr. President. Otherwise, I stand to support this motion. I don't want to waste any time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, this brings the end to the list. Oh, yes. Yeah. It came late, yes. I'm saying it. It was, yeah, okay. Honorable Njong.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to acknowledge, Mr. President, that I'm proud to be coming from Central Africa, because if the Western Caucus came after us because they copied what we did, which was good, it's not allowing much I say. Mr. President, before we reflected on holding a meeting in Chad, we sat in our caucus. At that time was Madame Kabila. Then this question came up. Do we end up just talking, or we do something concrete to prove that we are planners and we are developers? And then we try to identify some of the issues that we had in the Central African sub-region that are very unique, and we decided to prioritize. The first was getting the other countries in the sub-region to sign the Malabo Protocol. The next one was development. We were able to look at the resources that we have in our area, and we discovered that we could identify the Congo Basin as an area where, if well exploited, we'll be able to at least harness energy, and that will be a plus to this parliament when it comes to climate change and other factors. The next one which we identified was getting a CIMAC sub-regional flight. Because we discovered that when you leave Cameroon, or you leave Central Africa, you go around the whole world before you get to Chad. So these are some of the elements that we identified. We even went as far as writing a project on the issue of the Congo Basin. And it had to end there because the resources were not there. So, Mr. President, if we are funding caucuses, it would be a wonderful thing for caucuses. I just want to say that we can add, apart from the political issues that we have to handle, these funds will go a long way to even make us come up with studies. We can use consultants for studies, and we'll have those studies in our packet, in our bank, so that tomorrow we can draw from that bank and be able to see what we can do. If we go down to the Central Africa, to the eastern area of this continent, we will find something very unique that can unify the people, which we can take advantage of as a caucus to use that to project our image and even help the people of that area. And we can spread that effort all around the whole place. So, Mr. President, I rise to support that motion. It's a good motion. And if we were to go back to my own parliament, in every session, our committees are given funds unique to the committees. And I think that if we extend it to the Pan-African Parliament, that will be able to help us. So thank you, Mr. President.
I think that brings us to the end. In terms of procedure, I should ask the mover of the motion, but a number of questions are directed to the Bureau, so the Bureau will have to respond. But at this stage, if Professor Kama, you have some comments, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I also thank the 14 members who have contributed to this motion. I have not had a decline. I have had support for this motion, and I want to thank them most sincerely. They have added value to what I brought in, and I would like to only clarify the areas that required clarification, specifically from my brothers from Liberia. May I mention that what informed this motion is the fact that the regional caucuses are actually a product of our rules. They are established in the rules, and they have been given functions in the rules. And one of the functions is that of promoting the programs and objectives of the African Union. And I will continue to really congratulate the Western Caucus and the Central Caucus for the wonderful work that they did. The reports that these two caucuses brought to us on Tuesday, opened our eyes, because we realized that you can actually go as a caucus and do and have a clear agenda and actually come up with resolutions that you can share. Also, the way they structured their meetings were very good, because we are not parliament. You are not the only 5 members of parliament that should be fighting for your member state. The other members of parliament should be involved. The committees that are relevant to our agenda should be involved. Because, Mr. President, as you raised in your remarks earlier, that sometimes it is not even known what the role of the Pan-African Parliament is. And we need to be able to sell this continent, because we have all believed, as our heads of states have believed, that the unity of Africa is very important for us in this time and in this age. So that is very clear. Clarifications. My brother wanted a clarification of whether we have sought a mission or support and we have not received. Let me put it that the East African Caucus, the Eastern African Caucus, received support last in 2019. In 2019, there was a meeting in Nairobi, because we sought this information from our chair, we sought this information from our secretary, and we got information that it was 2019 when we were last supported in Nairobi. Now, when I look at what was also handled in Nairobi at that time, there are many other things that have taken place that require meetings to be more regular. And in my motion, I was asking for a clarification on first how the funding can be done. And once we know how the funding can be done and be done equitably, then we can program ourselves. I'm very happy to hear the response from Honorable Tony, who is a member of the Finance Committee, that actually you can budget for this. Because it is very urgent that we budget for regional caucuses. We cannot wait for the committee of the Executive Committee of Ministers to do this. They have no forum. It is the representatives of the people who have a forum, right, in the House of Parliament, to talk to the whole Parliament and also to talk inter-parliaments. We can access the regional caucus parliaments. We can go to the regional parliaments. We need to be able to speak because a lot of the agendas and the reports that we have discussed here are reports that should never end here. We need to move with them and we need to sell them. Yesterday we had a most emotive discussion, Mr. President, that you gave us time to go beyond the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock. Now, are we going to sit with that report here? We need to go out and warn our citizens that there is danger that is really encroaching our youth with this drugs and substance abuse. Which forum do we have? What forum do we have? The 5 members go to their houses and disappear into the committees of the national parliaments. So the sponsorship, my brother of Liberia, is very, very important, and we need to be very clear that there was nothing negative we are trying to address here except equitable funding. Let's allow equitable funding of all the caucuses. And let's redistribute the resources we have, whether it is ours or the funding that we are getting from the European Union, which we are told was not even finished, or if there is anybody who has any funding that they want to give for these caucuses, let everything go to this one basket in PAP, and then let's distribute and let's go. And with that, I am sure that we will change Africa. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for those clarifications. And indeed, during the debate, the Bureau was requested also to make an input. I should state that Rule 83 provides for the existence of caucuses. I've met MPs who say, we didn't know that caucuses are an institutional structure within the rules of PAP. Rule 83 and Rule 84. 83 provides for the establishment and composition of regional caucuses. Rule 84 functions of regional caucuses, and 85 other caucuses. What it means is, since this is established by the rules, a regional caucus standing is just like a permanent committee. It's a structure of the PAP, like a committee on transport, a committee on health, a committee on agriculture. It's just the same as a regional caucus. It's a structure within the organogram of the PAP. As a result, when PAP does its budget allocations every year, it should be reminded of all the structures, including caucuses, youth, women, regional caucuses. They should all be funded. And indeed, they have been funded ever since. So the question of funding caucuses is a good question, because PAP or AU is obliged, when it allocates resources or funds, it has to think of regional caucuses. Of course, because of limitations in finances, sometimes the monies may be inadequate. Recently, with the advent of AGA, Africa Governance Architecture, AGA also provided some funds to regional caucuses. So I want to settle the issue of, are caucuses a structure of the PAP? Yes, just like committee, any other committee. Secondly, are they also funded? Yes, just like any other committee. All the caucuses are funded. And the equitable allocation, yes, that is sacrosanct, and we cannot escape that one. Yes. Now, where are we in terms of funding? I've just been given some history here, which says in 2019, the Eastern Caucus met in Nairobi, 2019, funded by PAP. Central Caucus met in 2023, funded by PAP. Western Caucus met in Cape Verde, funded by PAP. The Northern Caucus has not yet been funded. The Southern Caucus has not yet been funded. Of course, this should be corrected. So those caucuses that have not been funded, they have a right also to request for funding. But even those that were funded previously, the expectation is that every year, each caucus should have a retreat to look at issues affecting its region, from trade to democracy to youth issues, women issues. Every caucus should have an expectation in every budget that they have an allocation. Of course, that has not been possible. As a result, the approach has been, in each year, we should have at least 2 caucuses funded. Let me proceed to other issues. Now, yesterday, you all heard the Honorable Gayo in his contribution on the performance report. He said, the problem, even if we go out to raise funds as PAP, the AU demands that those funds be channeled through the official route of the AU. And I think as members, we have to take a break and say, oh, is that the procedure? What it means is any monies that go into the system of PAP, the monies has to be declared through the AU. That is the current position. I know we don't like it that way, and even I don't like it that way. But Honorable Gayo made that point yesterday, that we have to channel everything through the AU. So a person cannot just say, I'm funding this committee on agriculture privately, and then they pay without any official record in the books of PAP. I don't like that procedure myself. But that is the point. You cannot fund any PAP activity without doing it officially. And officially means you write to the Bureau, I'm making available this money. And I'm thinking of Western Caucus, the billionaires like Dangote. Dangote can say, I belong to the West, so I'm funding Western Caucus. But Dangote cannot just go to Honorable Mbo, the chair of the Western Caucus, and they meet somewhere in Nigeria, and then they agree, and then Mbo organizes a caucus for the Western Caucus. That is fragmentation. It has to come through the Pan-African Parliament. And we will also respectively say, oh, you got this money, proceed. I am aware that previously that has not been respected. So this motion becomes very important, that we define that funding to activities of the Parliament should be done through official channels. That is very important. And that all meetings of caucuses are official meetings. If you are doing it in the name of PAP, you cannot circumvent the authorities. So go to the authorities, go to Bureau, we instruct Secretariat. If you ask the Western Caucus and Central Caucus, Their meetings were facilitated, okay, organized, arranged by the PAP Secretariat under the direction of the Bureau. So the clerk, then we instruct the clerk to say, this caucus needs to meet. Then they run around. In a typical procedural manner, Madam Clerk, honorable members, you need an MOU with the government that you are going to engage with. If you are going to Seychelles, there ought to be an MOU between PAP and the Seychelles. A memorandum of understanding. We've done that. Egypt, Kigali, when PAP sat there. That MOU then defines how, when you arrive, what if the government is going to be part of it in any way. Within, of course, there are protocols, so we cannot avoid. We can't go into the country without the government itself officially agreeing with PAP at official levels. So we need some MOU, some host country agreement for that meeting only. A host country, they're going to host us. So they are hosting PAP. Then you agree, if the government says we'll give you 2 cars or nothing, it's okay. But funded by PAP. Please, let's do things in that, using that procedure. I know there are several comments made, but I want to say, I think it is proper that the Bureau, at some point when we come back, addresses caucuses on this matter. In your caucus, the Bureau should come and interact with caucuses on this matter. Otherwise, doing it otherwise results into fragmentation, into division, and of course, other slogans. Thank you very much. I think this motion has been debated. Now I get back to Professor Kama and ask to move for adoption.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President, I beg to move for adoption the motion on the funding of regional caucuses.
Thank you. Seconded, the Honorable Venani, and there are several others. So the motion has been seconded. It has been adopted. Thank you. Honorable members, I want to announce that we are doing well, very well, in terms of the program of the session, and we intend to close tomorrow before lunch at the rate that we are moving. I now invite again to the chamber, in terms of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I invite Dr. Mitika Mwenda, the Executive Director of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, PACJA. Thank you. We welcome you into the chamber. The clerk will read the second order of the day.
Honorable President, the second order of the day is presentation and debates on the climate change issues and activity report of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you. We'll have 2 reports here, the committee chair and then Dr. Mwenda. We start with the committee chair. So we shall now invite Honorable Abdallah Barakat Ibrahim, who is the acting chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment, to present.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
distinguished members of the Bureau, dear colleagues, honorable MPs, Dr. Mwenda, thank you and welcome. The report by the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources is available. I'm sure you have a copy. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I will give you a summary. So this report is about the activities of the Committee of Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources for the year 2023. The main activities and projects of the Committee on Agriculture were as follows: the co-organization of the Third African Parliamentarian Summit on Climate Policy and Equity, the PAP Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, and the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance co-organized the Third African Parliamentarian Summit on Climate Policy and Equity, and this was held on the 16th and 17th of May 2023 at the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand. The summit was honored by the participation of the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. President William Samoei Ruto, who delivered a keynote speech during the opening session. In his speech, President Ruto, as the current chair of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, provided a new and robust impetus to the climate change agenda. The summit urged the parliamentarians to take a leading role in the climate justice agenda through, inter alia, creating awareness on climate change and its consequences in their respective constituencies and lobbying for the enactment of legislation on climate action in their respective countries. The second project is the project of the development of model law on soil management in Africa. The project to develop the proposed model law on soil management in Africa is a joint initiative between the Pan-African Parliament, Stellenbosch University, and the German Environment Agency. The urgency of developing a model law on soil management in Africa is underscored by the fact that without sufficient areas of fertile soils, food security is at risk and climate change mitigation is impossible. The consequences of degraded soils are dire, leading to hunger, famine, migration, and even conflict. The preservation and sustainable management of soils are crucial to achieving the majority of the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the land degradation neutrality objective. The pressure on soils in Africa is mounting, driven by a complex interplay of factors, including poverty, overexploitation, population growth, and climate change, and thus the necessity to develop a model law for the better management of soil, improving soil conditions, and contribute to the development and protection of the continent's soil resources. The project will be carried out with the help of a funding partner, the German Ministry for Development Cooperation. We have a commitment of 500,000 euros currently from the German ministry, and there is a possible extension of funding of more than 500,000 euros, as well as the inclusion of potential other partners for funding. The project's first phase was carried out in 3 countries, Zambia, Cameroon, and Kenya. And there is a copy of the document on the first phase online. And the project will have 3 work packages of country studies based on proposals and legal and sub-legal changes for sustainable soil management in selected African countries. The first phase of the study on soil governance was carried out in Cameroon, Kenya, and Zambia. The second phase is planned to commence in July 2023 and will include Niger, Ghana, Morocco, Botswana, and Mozambique. And the report, which is envisaged to be 60 pages, will be published. The government representatives will also provide input for for review and for the draft of this report. Relevant topics to gather information will include urbanization, mining, industry infrastructure, prevention and restoration, agriculture, plants, animals, fertilizers, pesticides, institutions and procedures, data management and outreach, the role of local chiefs and foreign investors, and land tenure. The 5 country studies will be drafted in the first year by a lead author who will then provide recommendations for the 11 aspects within the second year. The second chapter will be drafted in the first half of the second year. Concerning the project on the development of a model law on climate change, following extensive consultations with relevant partners, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and the African Climate Legislative Initiative, as well as the Committee on Agriculture, resolved that a model law on climate change should be developed as a critical measure to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change. The development of the model law is justified by the fact that most African countries don't have dedicated legislative instruments to deal with the issue of climate change. And according to a study carried out by the PACJA on the role of African parliamentarians in implementing the Paris Agreement, only Kenya has developed and passed a law on climate change. For most other African countries, the issue of climate change is usually dealt with under the broader issue of the environment. Therefore, the development of a model law on climate change by the Pan-African Parliament is vital. As such, the Committee on Agriculture presented a resolution on developing a model law on climate change, which the plenary adopted on the 1st of June 2023. Participation in global regional events. This is point 4. Participation in the second Global Parliamentary Summit Against Hunger and Malnutrition. The Pan-African Parliament participated in the second Global Parliamentary Summit Against Hunger and Malnutrition, which was held in Valparaiso, Chile, on the 15th and 16th of June 2023. The delegation of the Pan-African Parliament consisted of Honorable Asane Maru Did-Kubu, Rapporteur of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources, Honorable Evaratis Njong, and Honorable Roderick Kumbanyiwa, please forgive the pronunciation, with technical support from the Senior Committee Clerk and Legal Counsel. The Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, facilitated and sponsored the participation of the Pan-African Parliament delegation in the Global Summit. The aim is to create a platform for parliamentarians from around the world to come together and address the urgent challenges of hunger and malnutrition. The aim was to formulate effective strategies and foster greater collaboration to achieve global food security and improve nutrition outcomes. The 2-day summit, which was held at the headquarters of the National Congress in Valparaiso, brought together over 150 parliamentarians and emphasized the critical role of parliamentarians in the transformation of global agri-food systems to make them more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. The summit reached a consensus as to the way forward. And among the aspiring hosts of the next summit in Africa were Rwanda and Zambia. And the summit recommended that the Pan-African Parliament move forward with a model law on food security and nutrition. and this in order to eradicate malnutrition and lack of food security. And we encourage Pan-African Parliament members to participate in the different world fora on these topics. Following the participation in the summit, the PAP delegation recommended that the PAP should draft the model law. And point 4.2 is participation in the East Africa Regional Workshop on single-use plastics. This workshop took place in Kenya from the 10th to the 12th of April 2023. We also participated in a political dialogue on the role of coherent food policy in achieving the AU Food Systems Transformation Agenda. This was from the 24th to the 25th of May 2023. And then we participated in a symposium on parliamentary actions for the right to food in Africa, as well as a meeting on financial transaction tax on climate action. We would like to announce the following recommendations. We need the necessary financial and technical resources mobilized to start the project of developing the model law on climate change. We have a technical partner currently that we are in discussions with, i.e. the PACCHA. And then in preparation for COP29, which will take place in Baku, Azerbaijan from the 11th to the 24th of November 2024, and in collaboration with PACCHA and other relevant partners, we need capacity building training on technical aspects related to the COPs. This needs to be organized to familiarize and equip African parliamentarians to participate effectively in COP. And the PAP should further start preparation for the participation of the PAP delegation in the forthcoming COP29. And this includes registration of PAP delegates, logistical and technical arrangements. Thank you very much.
شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much.
الذي يعطي صورة ناصحة عن مشاكل المناخ وعن مشاكل الأمن الغذائي المحتملة وتدهور التربة والتوصيات المفيدة والتي علينا أن نعمل جميعا على تنفيذها. والآن سأدعو الآن
Now I will call on Mivaka, the executive.
Thank you, Madam President, and honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. So this is my second time to stand here as the chair of Agriculture Committee. As said, the last time I was here was when we hosted jointly the third Pan-African Parliamentarians Summit on Climate Change and Policy. And it is always our great pleasure as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance to work with Pan-African Parliament, one of the foremost institutions which we respect a lot and which we believe that it's key for Pan-Africanism and driving the African agenda in global international political and economic and diplomatic interactions. And so my presentation today will be a follow-up of the Honorable Barakat's presentation on the climate action and the role of parliamentarians, really going deeper into what he has said, but also looking at how we need to turn policies into laws, looking also at the African and global discourse processes on climate change and what this means to parliamentarians in Africa. And also in that, I will also go deeper, as he has mentioned, some of the processes and look practically the landscape, how it is playing out, and where do we need to go as we engage as members of parliament from different countries. So just for those who are not familiar with us, we are the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is a coalition, it's a consortium of organizations from almost all African countries. We were founded in 2008, but now it's headquartered in Nairobi, and it brings together members from diverse backgrounds. I will not go into details on this, but I will mention that we work also with parliamentarians to turn ambition, because when you go at international level, you adopt the protocols, you adopt those laws, those policies, like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We have also now the Paris Agreement and many others. But now that remains ambition. That remains a policy, and that just remains a rhetoric. So we believe that the means of implementation, which are very important and which countries have never thought about, are two. One is money, resources. The other one is the policy, turning those policies into legislation, because until even at national level you are able to turn the policies into law, which is going to help in the implementation, then that policy just remains a policy, it remains an ambition, and that is what has been happening in all countries and even at African level. We have Agenda 2063. We have at global level Agenda 2030. We have at national level, each country has got their climate change response strategies, but it remain as strategies. They remain as actions. But now, if we move, and the Kenyan example is very important, it has deepened implementation, because with the members of parliament, and I'm very happy, my teacher here, Honorable Kamara, is here. We worked with the members of parliament. We were able to voluntarily turn that into law, those policies, and the implementation on climate action in Kenya cannot be rivaled by any country, not only in Africa, but even internationally. So taking that is very important. So working with parliamentarians, and that's why we are borrowed, and that's why we deepen and take it very seriously when we are working with Pan-African Parliament, because with you, we are represented in all African countries. So, but the critical question we ask ourselves as we discuss these issues on climate change is, one, why is climate change such a topical issue in global geopolitical interactions? Question number two is, who bears the responsibilities on climate change? And these are things which are really at international level. How can developed countries change their development model? Because what has brought us where we are is the way we produce and consume. The mode of production and consumption. As long as we continue with this model, however many trees we plant, as long as we don't change our ways of living, it is never going to work. Then finally, can developing countries adopt an alternative development model pathway different from the one that has caused climate change? So this is political, and these are questions which we ask ourselves in this discourse process. So looking then at climate change is, many people, and we normally like to remind, wherever we have a discussion, that don't look at climate change as an isolated issue of environment and science. It is beyond that. It affects everything, everywhere. And when you look at poverty, it is exacerbated poverty in the world, and however much we want to really address poverty, when climate change is happening, you will never really be able to address it. It is an equity and justice issue, because there are people who are affected, though all of us in the world are affected, but some of us are affected disproportionately. And there are those who have caused the problem, and they have, according to the law, international law, they have accepted to really compensate those who are victims of their actions. But it is easier said than done. It is also an economic issue. It has stunted growth. And wherever these disasters happen, they happen, and we are more or less resort into diverting the little resources which we have to address climate change. But more importantly, in the cutting of emissions, it really is about the economies of countries. Those who have attended international discussions, it's the discussions about money. The North is saying they are not going to pay. We are saying you have to pay, and hence now that becomes a real economic issue. Of course, it's even a political issue. It's an emergency issue, and all critical sectors are affected. Food security, which have been mentioned several times, water security, forest, biodiversity, all sectors are affected. So in addressing then climate change, most people you will hear a lot of talk about it. But there are two things only which we think about, we look at. Only two. You are either talking about slowing climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, or you are minimizing the impacts of unavoidable climate change. So in one way, we need really to reduce the emissions. And in this balance, or in the language of the negotiation, you hear people talking about mitigating climate change. But more importantly in Africa, which really Africa is a priority, is adaptation. If there are damages which have been caused and which are never going to be recovered in our lifetimes, so you have no choice rather than adapting to that. So you either build resilience and adapt or die. So in the discussions, this is what we talk about. But there are also other things. It's about the semantics, it's about the language. Some make it very difficult. Hydrochlorophorone, I don't know what. And sometimes it keeps people off, that they are not able even to be able to follow it. So adaptation and mitigation is very important. And this then raises the question of whose responsibility it is to perform these duties, and whose rights mitigation and adaptation action should uphold. And this is what dominates international discourse on climate change. And so then this brings the issue of climate justice and its three dimensions. And climate justice, because somebody somewhere has caused a problem. And now we acknowledge that they have that responsibility to address it. There are those people who are suffering the impacts of the problem they have not caused, but there is someone who is there who has refused to pay for those damages. Those are what we are calling climate justice. And so it has three dimensions. Dimension one, who should bear the duty of addressing climate change and who should benefit from it. That is what is called distributive justice. And if it is not distributive justice, there are those who have caused climate change and they should lead in fixing the problem. But now, at international level, they want to transfer that burden of action to us, the people who have not caused this problem. It is retributive justice. And then finally is the issue of participation. And that's why actually for parliamentarians it is very important. Those most affected, when you go at international level, you find very few Africans participating. At least now in the last 5 years or so, we have improved in African voice and participation because of the concerted efforts, including by PAP. And members of PAP, we need really our voice to be heard. And so this is the issue of procedural justice. You cannot implement something you have not been able to be part of formulation. And that is policy formulation also, because that is not only playing at international level, but also even at national level, where we have policies like what we are talking about, this model law. Who is going to do it? Is it only people who are going to close themselves into a room and then do a model law? It has its tenets. there must be people's participation so that they can feel at the be part and the parcel of that implementation. If you do something, a policy, and that is why there is widespread policy failures in Africa and all over in the world, because a tiny minority of people sit down and pretend that they are doing it. Once they do it, it just gathers dust into the ministries of environment or government ministries, because there was no broad consultation and consensus in that participation. So, same applies to these climate policy processes. Both at global level, we trickle it down at national level through that domestication. I know most of you parliamentarians have adopted the Paris Agreement at national level, but more or less, that ends there. So we want to ensure it moves to the next level through the process of the locally led climate action. So it trickles down, create ownership at local level, communities are able to own it, and through that, it is possible that people can know and understand that this is our process. There is a lot of disconnect through on policy and even legislation and even laws, such that now they are just done as decoration. It is the time in this climate constrained world that we need to involve the people who are most affected. Those are smallholder farmers at local level, the fisher folk at local level, pastoralist communities at local level. How are we going to promote really them through that bottom-up approach so that they can be able to own this process? And so, coming then to the Pan-African Parliament, we have a very impressive record of joint work, and that has been acknowledged by Honorable Barakat. We have come together. First of all, I think around 10 years ago, with a memorandum of understanding, which has really put our work together. And through this work, we realized that this process, and this is the problem which we have, when we are going to the COP, we cannot just, one COP cannot solve the problem. One discussion, like what we had last year, the summit, cannot solve the problem. We need continuous engagement. This conversation keeps evolving, and it is out of this acknowledgement that we established the Africa Climate Change Climate Legislative Initiative, which goes beyond even Pan-African Parliament. It has roped in even regional parliaments, because we want to spread this word. We want to ensure that we involve everybody, and through this work, we have continuously provided capacity to parliamentarians, like on networking and coordination, not only here, but even when we go to the COP. We have also provided space for interaction and partnership in policy and legislation work between parliamentarians, civil society, and other non-state actors. And we have also increased the profile of climate change and identified, raised awareness of interventions on climate change and their impacts on economies in Africa. I think through this, awareness has grown. And then we have also provided parliamentary backup and scrutiny of climate change actions and policies, innovations in countries. And finally, we have kept and reviewed policies, laws, financing and related programs aimed at contributing to the implementation of the provision of Paris Agreement and other protocols. And this has been very practical. And as the Honorable has said, we are in the process of doing that legislation so that we can replicate the laws which have worked into other countries which do not have. So this is, I'm not going to dwell so much on this model law, because it has been mentioned by the Honorable, but it has some really, that model, it has some various tenets. Some of them, in terms of this development, it must be involve broad stakeholder participation. It is we must outline its importance, how it is going to be applied, and even the definition, and make the discourse, simplify, demystify, so that people can understand. So PACTA and the PAP and PACTA, plus other partners, and then so we are working on that, the Act, and to replicate that, and through that we are going very soon. We are discussing with the relevant team at PAP, the technical team, to establish a technical committee, a joint team so that we are able to take forward this discussion. So I'm not going to go through this, the recap of the VAND-PAP summit, because the Honorable has already mentioned it, but it is important that it really elevated the African discourse. Remember, it was done before the Africa Climate Summit. By the time we were there, His Excellency President Ruto was really categorical, and then what he started here, the reform of international finance architecture, which has really derailed action, because the model and the architecture which exists now disadvantages Africa, even in climate finance. And you find that the World Bank is celebrating its 80th birthday next year. And when you look at how it was designed after the Second World War for the European reconstruction. It was not model to help Africa. In fact, if anything, it has brought more problems in Africa because it is designed. It is the high time we reformed this, the World Bank, and those are global financing architecture. And next year we are going to have this meeting conference in financing for development in Spain. I hope we will be part of it. So this is very important. We are very proud that the president kicked it off here, and now he has been selected by the African Union to lead that reform agenda at global level. So this is very fundamental, and I think we need to appreciate ourselves and the members of parliament, because that is where it started here. So this demonstrates that, decide well, PAP can be a very big trigger. It's a very important institution. We need to be innovative and creative on how you can engage in these Pan-African processes. But let me mention that part of that was a commitment. At the heart of that engagement, to work for the benefit of the communities that are most affected by the climate crisis, and ensure actions, including provision of climate finance, are based on the action needs of the people, promote locally led initiatives, and promote equal access for women and children, a recognition that these communities are often the most vulnerable and marginalized in society and disproportionately impacted by climate change. They have increased, as I've mentioned earlier, increased poverty, violence, displacement, and health risks. And all these things are intertwined, are interconnected. So then, out of that, then there were a number of identified key priorities and promises which were defined, and the members of parliament were once again requested to convey this to their national assemblies through a communique, and I hope that communique was delivered in respective national assemblies for action, and the discussion is continuing. Again, I'm not going to go through all this for the interest of time, but I want to look at the COP28, which happened last year after the summit. And one of the things which were discussed there and which we achieved was the operationalization of the adaptation, the global goal of adaptation, which we were looking at. We were pursuing an inclusive, people-centered global stocktake, and the industrialized countries to honor their promises and to put pressure on them to take urgent and decisive emission cuts. And for the first time, we end fossil fuel divestment and reduction, and abandoning the fossil fuel captured in the decision of the Dubai conference. Support for us in the transition to low carbon development pathways, because it has tremendous on how this is going to be done. It is easier said than done, because just imagine telling our governments which have discovered oil to abandon it on the ground. It is really a highly political, economic, diplomatic issue, and that's what the conversation which we need to do. But there were many concessions which we achieved. And in terms of the issue then of the emerging issue of just transition, these are very critical issue for Africa. But the just transition definition, the way we see it in Africa, is not the way we see they see it in the developed countries. While they developed on the data pathways, we have a right to develop. But there are opportunities. The just transition brings opportunities for us in Africa. That transitioning away from fossil fuels appear to be a more incremental than transformational. Transition away from fossil fuels without target and binding commitments for phase out. So we have the fossil fuel phase out, phase down, whatever they are calling it, but there is really an urgent need to address this issue. But however, a major disappointment and an affront to climate justice is the failure to secure financial commitment. Yes, you are telling us don't use our oil, but we need compensation. How are we going to develop? How are we going to meet our development agenda? So these are some of the things. We didn't have targets. Yes, we have that ambition that did not, they didn't promise any money for even adaptation of this fossil fuel phase out. But also, even if they don't provide money, there is that momentum for just transition. We want it or not. The transition to low carbon, climate resilient future is inevitable. Look at the way it is happening. The price of coal has gone dramatically down. The oil, in fact, I can say as North Future, I met that when I was discussing to His Excellency the President. I was telling him, you see now, we are at an era where we also need to think our development. You remember there is a mineral used to call, which used to be very important, asbestos. And asbestos used to be a very important mineral those years. In fact, the elite, if you didn't have an asbestos roofed house, you never, that was the prestige which people used to flaunt. But what happened? Where is the asbestos? Those who were flaunting it, it's now a stranded asset. It's carcinogenic. In fact, if you find it in the school, because it used to be the most popular material for roofing and school building, you have to bury it very far. But that is what we are facing in coal, in fossil fuel, because the oil which we develop, which we produce in Africa, it is not for our consumption. Suppose the North, the West, US, Europe say today, we don't need your oil, because the renewable energy has become very cheap. The solar panels, wind power, and others, electric cars, you can see they are filling our rooms. Suppose they say they are not doing it. What will happen? They are going to be stranded assets. So the discourse on stranded assets in Africa, rather than talking about climate change, is the discourse which we need to convince our leaders that we need to start thinking the future. And the future is here. Europe has said by 2035, they are not going to allow fossil fuel cars. They are going only to allow the electric cars. China and those others go to their own. Right now is all those cars. Where are we going to be in Africa? I think we need to think, and that's where the opportunity comes in, that Africa has vast deposits of critical minerals required for solar panels, for wind power components, batteries, electric cars. Many African countries, DRC here, Namibia, South Africa also, they are full of this lithium, cobalt, coltan, copper, rare earth. These are minerals, they have the global, critical minerals is worth $26 trillion by 2050. This, if we exploit well, and for Africa, take advantage of that, value hand rather than exporting them raw, then they are going to create jobs to deal with this youth biggest problem. And this can be source of climate finance also. Rather than begging, we can sell our minerals, but we need really to rethink how we do it. And during the Africa Climate Summit, We had the green industrialization and initiative which was launched in Nairobi. How are we participating in this so that we can improve on our minerals? So it is also important to explore whether the controversial carbon markets can work for Africa. We believe as PAGJA, we need more conversation. In July, we have a meeting with the African Union, and I'm sure they will invite the Committee of Agriculture so that they can be part of that. We can discuss. We need a conversation. Does carbon market, is it another hoax altogether? I have always told people, yes, we are talking every government in Africa, they are rushing for this, but there are a lot of scandals. I'd say, they are saying it is a $200 billion US, industry. But have you seen it? Where is that money? And they have always said anything which is controlled externally, we have to be very skeptical about it. And more importantly, you cannot control the price of cocoa. You cannot control the price of coffee. You cannot control the price of coffee, of tea. For my friends in Africa, Honorable Mugatana and others, we will see when the Kenyan government tried to control and put a caveat on it, what happened? The cartels all of a sudden, encircled us, and our government had to withdraw. Because we don't control. And if you cannot control something you can see tangible, coffee, tea, and their prices, how can you control something which is abstract? You are told this is the carbon, a ton of carbon equivalent. We need really to look at this. Where do we need to go? And do we have control of these markets? So that's very important. In July, we are going to develop an advisory with the African Union on what this means so that our governments can be able, including also Pan-African Parliament, can be able to really engage on an informed point of view. The issue of adaptation, I'm not going to touch so much on it, but only to say that there was a framework which was agreed in Dubai under the UAE framework for global climate resilience to secure some goals related to water, health, resilient food, and agriculture by 2030. But this again is very controversial because we wanted a goal. Global goal on adaptation. We wanted metrics. How much do we need? So that's still controversial. We are going to continue with it in Azerbaijan. The other one was climate finance, very controversial. Again, I've talked about it. We really need a creative way of getting money. Right now, the world has gone right wing. And the right wing in Europe, in the US, I think Donald Trump, if we have been following the discussions, is just a few steps to White House. And what is the implication on this? Because when in 2016 he became the president, he withdrew from Paris Agreement. The $2 billion US which Obama had committed to the Green Climate Fund, he froze that. Even Biden has not been able to even deliver that, the $2 billion which were left. Where are we going? Is this another way to tell us that we are on our own as Africa? How do we go about it? These are questions which I'm not going to answer. We established the Loss and Damage Fund in Dubai, but it has again become very controversial. And once it was operationalized, imagine we require trillions and trillions for loss and damage. The first agenda in Dubai was to operationalize. And of course they did. And enticed our governments with pledges, up to the pledges of 700 million US dollars, not even a billion. In US, the Congress committed within a sitting 95 billion US dollars to support the war, killing people and massacres in Middle East and all those. 95 billion US dollars within record time to go in Ukraine, to support Ukraine and Israel, and also Taiwan. But when it comes to delivery on climate finance, US in this loss and damage delivered only 17 million US dollars. you can see the priority. So it is not about that there is no money, but because there is no commitment for these countries to deliver on their commitment. So how do we go ahead in Africa and the rest of developing countries? I will skip this because it's very technical, but also mention that in terms of the special needs and the circumstances for Africa is one of the topical issues. We cannot be equated by any other region. The science is on our side and the climate justice is on our side. What we need is to generate that critical mass and be heard and be heard and be vocal. And I believe there's no other people who can be very vocal. We want parliamentarians in the delegations of countries so that we make this issue, we shame the North, we shame those who are not able to deliver so that they can deliver on it. So moving then into the future, this year, the COP29, is even the global community have realized that one COP cannot solve the problem and the issues are related to each other. And so that's why you can see the COP presidency, UAE, is still working with the upcoming COP 2029, Azerbaijan, and they're also working with even COP 30, Brazil, so that we work together because these issues keep repeating themselves in that building momentum. It's not look at an issue, as I've mentioned, just in isolated way. We cannot solve this problem just as an event with an event. It's a process, a long process, which we have to achieve. So we are going. So I urge PAP also to look into this. Look at this. We are moving to its long term rather than looking at COP30. But more importantly, within that journey, there are other processes which are related. The high-level political forum of the for sustainable development goals. We have only 6 years to the SDGs deadline 2030. So what are we doing? So actually, next September, this July, we have this political forum, and we need to look at how also you need to participate. The Summit of the Future, which is very important in 2024, in September. The World Social Forum 2025, financing for climate development for development in a conference in Spain, and the IMF meeting 80th birthday in 2025. The G20 meetings, remember that the African Union now is the G20 plus number 21. What does that mean for our studying in Africa? And what issues do we have there? What allies do we have? And there are other also relevant UN and global processes which we need to be part of. But also at African level, we have also, we end that 7th Summit of Heads of States and Government of the African Union, which I think, I'm not sure whether we end any representative from PAP. And also the 11th African Regional Forum for Development, which happened in March. And we have the upcoming Africa Ministerial Conference on the Environment, which is going to be Abidjan in September, which is going to be also combined with the climate change and development in Africa, or the Africa Climate Week in the same week, and extensive discussions in countries and regions. So all these things, Chair, I think I want to end it there because I know for the interest of time, I'll share this presentation, but it is important really to look at this epoch moment. What will be when history is read? How will the chapter about on climate change and the Pan-African Parliament and this discourse, where will you appear in this history which is in the making? Thank you very much once again, and we're happy to be associated with Pan-African Parliament.
Another applause which is a bit louder. Honorable members, as we thank the presenter on climate change, Dr. Mitika Mwenda, I have a list of 15 members. It's okay, 15 is okay. We are only when 11:30. I think we are doing well. And the first is Honorable Abel Epalanga Chivukuvuku of Angola.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I hope there is interpretation to the other languages. Thank you for giving me the floor and for being the first, perhaps due to it being in alphabetical order. I'm going to be very brief, and I have two considerations. The first on climate issues. Humanity has developed over centuries with development models by developed countries that have caused terrible damage in terms of climate issues. It has taken time to accept that there are damages. It has taken time to correct these practices, and we are still facing some skepticism in some global fora. What is hurtful and is that in all of these parameters, our continent is the most fragile. The others pollute, and we are the ones that suffer. And all of this needs to be corrected. And that's why I would encourage the committee addressing the issue of the model law on climate issues to address this. But I would like to ask you to stop talking about the theory of begging. I do not agree with stretching out our hands to the developed countries, saying, you are the ones that polluted, now give us the money. First of all, they will not give us the money. We've already heard in several conferences. And this conveys the wrong message that we do not have the conviction or the will or the capacity to set our own destiny. So let's set that aside. I would like to also say that my country, Angola, has made significant effort in electrical transition to hydroelectricity, and I think countries with the potential for that should follow the model. The second consideration has to do with issues relating to rural development, agriculture, and food security. In 2004 to 2008, in this parliament was with the Rural Development Committee. But once again, when these issues of rural development arise, and particularly what relates to food security, once again, Africa is the most fragile continent. But I can see a small war between Russia and Ukraine, and who suffers? Africa. Then we've got the Russian Federation offering cereals and grains to African countries. Why do we not produce it? In terms of rural development, I think it's negligent from our institutions in the rural agricultural space. Part of our institutions are more concerned with the electorate, and those who do not complain are left behind. Our budgets are normally applied in urban spaces to the detriment of rural spaces. And where there are conflicts, these develop in rural areas and affect issues relating to productivity. Once again, I would like to encourage the committee to approve the model law. I do not agree with the theory that we do not have arable land. That is not true. I don't know what scientific basis we used to say that Africa does not have sufficient arable land. We can also have spaces where we have difficulty and water shortages, but we have others where we have sufficient water. And the development countries did not take water from here to the US or to Europe. We have to manage our water resources appropriately. Arable soil or soil that has been overused is scientific. We have to correct that. It's not justified to say that we don't have arable land. So the main responsibility of our public institutions is to ensure the positive the positive livelihood of our citizens. And we establishes that one of the priority factors is the community and food. Those who do not have food will die. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Osman Thiam of Senegal.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable President. I am from the Senegalese Parliament. I am new to the Pan-African Parliament, and it's a pleasure for me to be with you here this morning. Thank you for your warm welcome. I have a small contribution that I'd like to make, and I also have a question. The contribution is to do with climate change. What are the main causes of the increased heat of our climate? We are finding that the production of carbons, aviation in part, transport, all of these are contributing, as well as, of course, deforestation. So if we talk of renewable energy, I believe that Africa is well able to move towards development of renewable energies. However, we need to carry out additional lobbying activities. We need to support diplomacy for climate change. In Senegal this year, we carried out our budget process exercise, and we want to share our model with Africa because Senegal has significant experience in drafting a green budget to mitigate the effects of climate change. Now, Honorable President, I would also like to contribute on sustainable development. What is sustainable development? Well, it is to respond to the needs without compromising our capacity to generate for the future populations. And so this should be a principle that is fundamental. We need to have solidarity, and we need to apply the concept of sustainable development to ensure that global policies are heard and implemented. We have numerous issues in our communities, the production of consumables, products are consumed differently as far as natural resources. I think we need to consider three areas: environment, social and economic issues. Those should be our pillars that we focus on. I believe, Honorable President, that we need to proceed with drawing up the model law on soil management in Africa and on climate change in Africa. In any case, I believe that the Pan-African Parliament needs to make proposals as well at the global level on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nikaise Fagnon, Benin. Chamber, Honorable Tafana Joe, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me first congratulate our agriculture chairperson for presenting the report on behalf of our committee. I also want to congratulate Mr. Mwenda, the Executive Director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, who is a friend to our committee. Honorable President, I also want to congratulate Kenyans through the able leadership of President Dr. Ruto for taking the lead in developing and passing the law on climate change. In Zimbabwe, Mr. President, the political will for strong and timely action to tackle climate change impacts resonates well with the Second Republic's clarion call as driven by His Excellency, the President, Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa, who has urged Parliament to enact the Climate Change Act expeditiously. The President's imploration to combine economic growth and climate responsibility should guide Parliament's oversight responsibility, particularly in executing the Paris Climate Change Agreement provisions, inclusive of achieving Zimbabwe's 43% per capita emission reduction by 2030 through Zimbabwe's National Determined Contribution, NDCs. Enacting climate change law reminds us that protecting the planet we live is just as critical as growing our economies. If not more so, at this juncture, I'm reminded, Honorable President, of the instructive observation of the American scientist, Professor Guy McPherson, who affirmed that if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. Equally, Honorable President, is it possible for members of this Parliament to hold their breath while climate change impact ravages our environment ecosystem? Never, never, ever, Mr. President. That is why, Mr. President, on legislative front, we must collaborate with the executive. Zimbabwe Cabinet approved the climate change bill principles, paving the way for the drafting of the bill, which should be enacted into law expeditiously. This bill will be an historic milestone in climate action, fragmented climate change, mitigation and adaptation actions in our national development planning and budgeting process, as well as operationalization of the climate fund. Furthermore, Mr. President, the climate law will regulate greenhouse emissions, facilitate low carbon development technology, carbon trading and mechanism. In viewing of the foregoing, as parliamentarians, we must not only legislate for climate action and scrutinize how the government responds to climate change issues, but also hold all ministries, departments, and agencies of our governments totally accountable for their action and or inaction in the climate change impact response efforts. Mr. President, it will be remiss of me not to address a topic that is very dear to my heart, namely the role of artificial intelligence, that is AI, in climate change adaptation. It is common cause, Mr. President, that negative climate change impacts trace their genesis to the second industrial revolution, wherein the extensive use of fossil fuels became current. Since then, the world has undergone a transformative use of fossil fuels, which has increased greenhouse emissions. In response, the Zimbabwe government, Honorable President, has embraced the dividend of the current fourth industrial revolution by launching the national ICT policy, which rides on artificial intelligence applications. By employing AI, the country has reliably put in place earlier warning systems which accurately predict climate change impacts, such as cyclones, severe droughts, flash floods, and the intensive heat waves. However, Mr. President, while it is plausible to employ AI in our e-governance, parliaments should urgently enact a regulatory framework which will govern the sustainable application of AI in both private and private sector. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Abdoulaye Dieng of Senegal.
Honorable President, thank you very much for the opportunity to take the floor. Honorable President, may I emphasize that the signing of the climate change agreements on the continent of Africa leads to negative effects. For example, the increase in the global temperature, it leads to greater drought and leads to a negative effect on the precipitation on the continent in general, but also we have more climate events taking place with negative effects on our communities. We have the effects on our infrastructure, of course, which deteriorates. Natural resources in general are deteriorating, so the needs of our communities are not being met. So the impact is being felt on the African continent. Africa needs to be stronger in the future to be able to address that. If we do not take steps now as members of parliament to go further in depth to find appropriate adaptation strategies to this phenomena of climate change, then we will find that this impedes the development goals that we are working towards. We need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We need to reduce the cutting down of our forests in favor of agriculture. We need to ensure that reforestation is taken up and the Great Green Wall project moves forward. For example, in Senegal, we have an agency for reforestation and for the Great Green Wall project, which receives support, constant support, I should say, from the president, and which works with the young people because we are trying to take advantage of our youth potential to work with us to reforest Senegal. We need to also work on the water and food security systems as well. All of this is related to agriculture. Honorable President, I think at regional and continental levels on our continent, and of course at national level, we need to have a modern transport policy to combat pollution. I would like to give an example once again of Senegal. We have a new policy to ensure that we are more and more using electric buses for transport.
Thank you, Honorable Beja Lamari. I don't see her in the chamber. Honorable Estam Tony Passaris. I don't see her in the chamber. Honorable Bawab Yosri, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. Honorable David Glampalala, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My intervention, Honorable President, I want to first thank the acting President in the Committee of Agriculture and the second presenter from Kenya. My intervention will be on climate change and agriculture. The first intervention in the issue of
the climate change threatened the food security in the agriculture center. I think, Mr. Chairman, the SADC countries should work together in handling the issue of climate change as a challenge these days, and I think they must come clear plan for funding the climate change. Another intervention in agriculture, I think the agriculture should be taught at grassroots level. Another one, I think another challenge is the shortage of fertilizer and its cost in the region. Mr. President, we should look at ways to fight the outbreak of diseases in animals kept for commercial purposes, as well as import and trade and export trade that affect countries' economy. Mr. President, I think we have to encourage people to produce their own food, even in a small scale, so that we can have no problem in food security. I thank you.
Thank you. Just want to make an informative joke, but the joke will deliver some information. The seat I occupy is that of a president, not of a speaker. I see some people want to refer me as speaker. No. The protocol says you, Pan-African parliamentarians, shall elect a president of the Pan-African Parliament. So the protocol says you elected the president, not a speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Sibongile Mamba, Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President. My contribution is that due to the damages caused by the climate change, there's a lot of meetings on the ground about climate change, especially when we talk about agriculture. The consequences encountered on climate change will continue as a burden for the farmers, among farmers. Countries will never be able to feed themselves or engage themselves in commercial agriculture. That's why I have these recommendations. I recommend that the issue of climate change should be a topic among the meeting for heads of states so that they influence the budgets. Secondly, let us be practical. Infrastructures like dams should be built to cater for whatever is being produced, because even the animals and whatever we plow, can benefit from the dams. We are not sure of the plowing season anymore. So if we have these dams, we'll be able to produce. And also the third one is that proper planning or making consultations with the farmers, the governments, will have the proper laws for the budget. And this will help us to ensure that we are not affected by the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mariam Dao Gabala, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. May I begin by congratulating the committee and its chair for organizing this high-level activity in 2023, which saw the participation of the President of the Republic of Kenya and positioning the PAP where they should be. I'd like to thank the presenter. It has been an informative presentation we had today. Honorable President, climate change is not a possibility, it's a reality. We've seen the the droughts and floods, which is affecting our food security. So all of us at our level need to act. We need to begin with the Pan-African Parliament as an institution. Honorable President, I should say I'm traumatized by the abusive use of paper at the Pan-African Parliament. We are operating as we did 20 years ago, but now we're in the digital era. We ought now to begin the change with ourselves. In addition, Honorable President, I would like the Pan-African Parliament be in line with the words that they're saying as far as climate change. The action should follow the words, the statements we're making. We need to reduce the use of paper, use other means, digital means for communications. We have email. Information can be shared with us via email. Secondly, I would propose that Pan-African Parliament facilitates the acquiring of tablets by members of parliament so that we can comfortably enter the digital age. I would like to encourage the leaders to use new technology in conducting our meetings. I would like to challenge the PAP Secretariat to develop digital methods to ensure that this Pan-African Parliament is a 5.0 a parliament with a very weak carbon footprint left behind using digital technologies. Now, to speak of food security, Honorable President, this is a current issue. In West Africa, we are facing a drought, and of course, this is a risk for food security. So my question to the committee is what plans do you have in terms of actions to be taken in 2025 to assist countries, in particular the West African region, to manage the food security crisis? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, the question of climate change is a very real thing in Kenya. We suffered a very long drought. Our animals died. Crop production went down. We went into hunger and importation of a lot of food. Then we prayed to God, and the rains came. And I think the prayers were too much because the rains came too much, Mr. President. And there was massive destruction of property. Again, massive destruction of our animals and our farms. We went into another round of severe climate change effects. Mr. President, in our country, we have 47 senators elected, and I come elected from a region which is in the coast that suffers heavily whenever we have excessive rain. Mr. President, I watched businesses, houses, schools, hospitals, all of them being submerged. I watched hundreds of my voters, Mr. Speaker, move from their places, displaced from their ordinary homes, and it has been a difficult time. We are still finding money to settle the infrastructure that has been broken from the recent floods that we had. So, Mr. President, when we are speaking about climate change, for me it is personal, and I have seen it happening in my own area of jurisdiction. Mr. President, one of the things that has been said by a colleague, and it is being now championed by His Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, is that despite all the facts that are on the table, we know who the polluters are, we know what they do. They have refused to honor agreements in the past. So the best way to deal with this matter has been to explore the carbon credit and the market around the whole trading in carbon credits. So, Mr. President, one of the things that is required in that area is the formation of a law that creates the structures that enables the trade.
Thank you.
I have a minute, I finish, Your Excellency.
Okay.
That enables us to trade so that the nations are able to engage. In Kenya, we passed that law that has been referred to, and we thank the President for his political will, the push that was there through Parliament to create that law. I wanted to encourage, the Chairman Barkat has said, that we must push for a law that is uniform across Africa. Mr. President, not only on climate issues, but even on issues to do with pollution. I come from Kenya. You cannot buy things in supermarket using plastic. You cannot carry anything. I come to South Africa, and I see, whenever you go to the garage, you are given a plastic paper. And when you go home now, you start showing people, actually, I have a plastic, and everyone is wondering, where are you coming from? And I say, I'm coming from Africa. It is not correct for us not to have uniform law. So as Honorable Barkat is engaging in the development of the model law, we should look also at some of these laws that deal with plastic and other pollutants. I submit, Your Excellency, President.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Professor Margaret Kama.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. Mine is only one point, which I think even my colleague has mentioned, the need to have one law for one Africa, one voice. It is very important to note, Mr. Speaker, that our boundaries were created for us. Rivers were used, lakes were used to divide the continent. And when you come to the management of land in the continent, if two different countries on two different sides of a river have different laws on soil management, on crop cover, it will mean the impact on that river will be different from the two sides. It is therefore very important for us that we have one law. In fact, among the laws that must be uniform and standardized, climate change is one of them. It is very important, and it's very important because of our formation as countries, that we are actually countries that are divided by natural causes that can be, because where if you implement different strategies of management, then you can have different results. It is also, as we said yesterday, that there are few things that must give us standards as a continent. What is our standard as far as climate change is concerned? What is our standard in crop production? What are our standards? These ones must be captured and be moved to the law. So I don't have anything else to add. Colleagues have spoken. Mine is one voice, one Africa, one voice must have one law when it comes to climate change. I was involved in the initial stages of the Kenyan climate change law, and actually we discovered there was a draft in Nigeria. Our Nigerian colleagues should tell us whether they completed or not, because Nigeria had a draft as early as 2010. So we hope that they completed theirs also. But we need to have one law that will cover all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The last name on the list, Honorable Tony Stivanze.
Thank you very, very, very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to take the floor. And I want to appreciate and thank the presenters, mainly the chairperson of the of the Permanent Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, and the Speaker on the Climate Change. Mr. President, I am raising to debate because I'm very, very passionate about climate change, because a lot of people in my kingdom, in my country, are suffering because of this effect. I want to quote, Mr. President, from the speech from the throne of our Parliament in 2024 when we opened it by His Majesty King Mswati III, who is our head of state and the longest-serving member of the African Union. I quote, on climate change, he said, I quote, extreme weather is becoming more frequent and intense in Eswatini, eroding economic achievements. These occasional and severe climate-induced disasters have forced the country to quickly construct the Disaster Management Fund to improve disaster preparedness and response. He therefore implored and said, let's build on our efforts to address this phenomenon, end quote. Mr. President, those who caused climate change should lead in funding the solution to this problem. I think justice must be done here, President. I mean, we are from third world countries, and these countries have got very, very minimal budget. And here we sit with a climate change issue that was perpetrated by the capitalists, Mr. President. And those developed countries that benefited profits from the emissions that have been doing through their pushing of their profits. So I feel, Mr. President, that let us push those who contributed to this to pay the price. Mr. President, we have spoken about global warming. In the beginning, it was global warming. Now the terminology has changed to climate change. For the longest of times, I think some of us, when we were still at the universities, that's what we've been learning and being told about. But now, we continue to talk and talk while the citizens are suffering. Mr. President, I feel that our people are dying, many especially in Eswatini. There's been a lot of disasters, I think last year, and a lot of houses were blown away, and the government had to spend a lot of money trying to assist the people. So I feel, Mr. President, the time for cheap talk is over. We need to act. I therefore, Mr. President, stand to support the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture to push for the model law. And I want to...
Your name is there. I don't see it. But I give you leave to speak.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable President. Let me just thank the presenters, Mr. Barakat and Mr. Mwendi, for a very informative presentation. Let me also adopt the position of my brother in Kenya, in Eswatini and Senegal for the interventions they have made. I would have said something about what they have said, but I will want to move away from that and just insist that our problem in Africa is to negotiate with these countries jointly. The OECD countries always want to negotiate with African countries singly, one by one, which we don't have the negotiating power to do. So they always overpower us when it comes to negotiations. Honorable Mr. President, the problem of climate change is that whether we like it or not, or whether we pollute or not, we are polluted. And we are being polluted by countries that are more powerful than us. And that's why it is called climate justice. And that's what we are fighting. And we should not shy away from that fight. We should continue to fight on that so that they pay what they should pay. And so that we come to what my brother in Senegal is saying, climate adaptation, these adaptation strategies. We come from the rural areas, Mr. President, and we are bedeviled with all kinds of problems. Like right now, rain is not coming in my country when rain should have started since the beginning of last month. If they pay, as they should pay, Honorable President, we use that money, and our money, of course, to invest in the rural water supply with cutting-edge technologies, which are appropriate in our various areas in Africa. We should now find partners in water resources management to address ongoing water scarcity and challenges. Other countries are thinking about reusable water systems by using liquid from landfill sites and industries processes by converting into clean water sources that can be reused. If we can overcome or improve water quality, quantity, and availability of water in the rural areas, we'll be assured of rural development. Honorable President, improving renewable energy, such as solar-powered irrigation, has the potential to increase sustainable water use and help farmers adapt to changing weather patterns, as said by my brother. We all know that solar is a more environmentally sustainable option than traditional.
Thank you. Maybe the last one. No, you are done. Thank you. The 3 minutes are over. Then the Honorable Jean-Marie Niti Biranje.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I am pleased to be able to take the floor today, and I am very pleased with the report. I found it very enriching and edifying. I have some questions, though, in terms of the conference that was held on the 15th and 16th of June. And the aim at this conference was to formulate strategies and foster greater collaboration in terms of food security and nutrition. So the question that I'd like to ask is, what were the strategies so that we can take these strategies to our national parliaments? And I support the development of model law because we see today in several different countries, including my country in the past, that we continue to build houses and buildings on land that is arable and fertile, land that could be used for food security and farming in the future. So we need to stop these practices. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief and to the point. We are now done with debates. I now call upon the chairperson of the committee, but I want to plead between the chairperson and the Dr. Mwenda that we have had a long debate, and you presented. So let's not restart or reopen what has already been presented. Salient issues. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I would like to thank my colleagues for their comments on the report. Honorable Abdel Balanga spoke about climate change. And I think that Dr. Mitika is better placed to answer this question that was asked than myself. And he raised the issue of us stopping the begging and being more self-sufficient. And he spoke about agriculture, saying that this committee has existed for a long time now, and that despite the work of the committee from 2004, African countries are still battling in terms of agriculture and providing food for their populations. We agree with that. Africa is still battling, but we believe that Africa has sufficient arable and fertile land. I'm not sure if there was an issue with translation, but we never said that there was not sufficient fertile arable land for farming in Africa. With regards to the following contribution, the Honourable spoke about renewable energy, sustainable development, and we agree with the points raised. He also said that the model law on climate change was welcome. We thank him for that. Honourable Tefana from Zimbabwe. I think he's part of our committee. Said that we need to work together and collaborate, even if we devise a model law on food security and nutrition. We need to collaborate with the executive of the AU.
We want responses from you. So we are limited with time.
Yes.
We don't need to redo everything again, to repeat what has been said. We are simply saying, and you don't need to go through every name. You go through issues which people have raised.
Okay, d'accord.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you. Honourable Simbile said that we need agriculture and particularly for food security. And he said that agriculture is a cross-cutting field that involves water, climate, and we need a budget to implement our policies. Honourable Miriam Dao asked a difficult question with regards to our practices and what the committee proposes that we do in West Africa. I think that the model law for food security and nutrition would be a good solution if it is domesticated in the various countries. I believe that it could resolve a certain number of problems. And another colleague said that we need even more model laws on, for example, trade, pollution. That does not necessarily concern our committee, but we note that point. And in terms of standards for fertilizers and chemicals, we do need to adopt norms and standards in this regard, certainly, especially in terms of food security. I think I've covered almost everything. Oh, somebody spoke about the summit in Chile. And it was a summit to fight hunger. There were 150 parliamentarians who participated. And the MP asked the question about what strategies. We mentioned strategies. So the model law was one of the strategies, and the resolution adopted in June was part of our strategies too. Thank you.
Dr. Mwenda.
Thank you, Chair. And I acknowledge the most of the members and no question, not many questions, but it was generally comments. But I just want to mention that the first question, the issue about whether we are begging or we are asking for climate finance. The point here is that it's not about begging. The convention, the United Nations Convention on Climate Change, And the Paris Agreement is very clear in various articles, which I will not extend here, to mention that climate finance, the commitment by industrialized countries, those who have acknowledged that they caused the climate problem, they, under that convention, have agreed that they are going to provide, to do two things, two actions, which I started by mentioning. Point number one, deep emission cuts so that they reduce, to address climate change. The other action which they are supposed to do is to provide unconditionally finances, resources to enable the victims of their actions to either build resilience and adapt to the impacts of climate change. So when we ask them to honor their commitments, we are not begging. It is what has been agreed. And so we need really to be very clear that we don't go with a ball. It is to ask for those who have caused the problem to do it. What I'm very happy about, I'm really gratified that all members are quite excited about the Monreal Law, and that is the way to go. I mentioned again that we are going to work with the Secretariat so that now we see how we can implement that. We work together, how we can roll out that. We are setting up a committee, and I think this is going to be rolled out soonest possible if it is not being done already. Then finally is about the question of Nigeria by Professor. Nigeria, I think they started earlier, but this is what we call now, when we talk about political goodwill. I think there was tremendous goodwill in Kenya, and we were able to move even quicker, faster than Nigeria. And that's why we say that the model which we can see working in Africa is the Kenya model, because it's not about just development of a law, but even implementation. So there has been deliberate effort to really implement the Kenyan one, and as you see, the whole landscape is about even not only at national level, it also triggered even subnational level, the counties in really working and ensuring that this is done and it is implemented, and that's why it has triggered a lot of work in climate action across the country. Thank you once again, Mr. President.
Thank you. I allow the applause. I think this is the end of the presentation. So thank you very much, Dr. Mwenda. We as Pan-African Parliament commit ourselves to carry out our mandate as a parliament to advance, promote all matters related to climate change. Even after this presentation, we expect you to remain engaged with PAP, and that between now and September, between September and November, and in November you'll be back to prepare for our joint approach at the COP29. We want to go together as a team. Our civil society, NGOs, we call them partners, as Africa as a bloc. So you are welcome. But having presented everything, we can now grant you leave to leave the chamber. I believe you have other commitments. Thank you very much. And we clap as he leaves. Now we move for the adoption. Chair of the committee, can you move for adoption?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to propose the adoption of the report of our commission.
Just shout your name on the mic.
Joe Tafanan from Zimbabwe. I second, Mr. President.
Thank you. The clerk will read the third order of the day.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next point is the presentation and debate on the report on the strengthening of the scientific base of traditional medicine by research and innovation in Africa. The presentation is made by the Committee on Health, Labour and Social Affairs.
Thank you. I now call upon or invite Honorable Jean Patrice Queen, Chairperson of the Committee on Health, Labour, Social Affairs, to make his presentation.
Excellences,
Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Madam Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, dear colleagues, the report that is presented to you now summarizes the debates that took place during this third ordinary session, to be specific, on the 28th of June between the Committee on Health and the Committee on Gender Equality on strengthening the scientific base of traditional medicine by research and innovation in Africa. Mr. President, that joint meeting's aim was to create awareness within parliamentarians with policies of the African Union and the status of research on traditional medicine, but also to explore funding mechanisms to facilitate research, innovation, and the development of traditional medicine, to define the role of parliamentarians by harnessing their mandate with a view to ensuring the development of traditional medicine in order to meet the needs of Africa in the field of public health. Examining the possibilities of collaboration between ASRIC and Centers for Research and Development in order to gather numerical data for the protection of innovation in the field of traditional medicine. And finally, filling the gap between traditional and scientific medicine practitioners. Dear colleagues, according to the World Health Organization, more than 80% of world population has recourse to traditional medicine. In order to guarantee the quality, safety of traditional medicine, it would be important to define a sound scientific basis and a regulatory framework as in medicine. The Committee on Health had organized a two-day meeting on the place of traditional medicine in African health systems. This meeting made it possible to assess the state of implementation of the AU Action Plan adopted for the second decade on traditional medicine and the WHO strategy for the development of traditional medicine in Africa. Participants agreed that promoting traditional medicine would contribute to the improvement of health coverage for populations. I have to underline here, Mr. President, that in 2018, the Executive Council of the African Union made the decision to create the Africa Center for Scientific Research and Innovation, ASRIC, in order to meet the challenges in society and development. As a continental platform, ASRIC should play an essential role in protecting values, cultures, and natural resources for the benefit of populations. During the debates, parliamentarians were edified on fields of competence of the Centre that are, amongst others, to coordinate and promote research and scientific results, scientific and technological research for scientific activities on the continent. Harmonized plans, strategies, and national development plans and regional development plans in order to develop natural and national resources for a sustainable growth long term. Also, to favor the excellence of research in science, technology, and innovation in order to address the existing and new challenges on the continent. And finally, Mr. President, to mobilize financial and human resources in order to support research activities and programs in accordance with the African Union policy in this field. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the Research Center of the African Union has shared information on the various results of their work in modernization of traditional medicine. We can, for example, cite the fight against COVID-19 and other epidemics, hybrid technology for the use of water for community use in Africa, and that to ensure drinking water for the populations. Moreover, the director of Health, Professor Rulio of the African Union, participated in this meeting to inform parliamentarians that the plan of action for the third decade of traditional medicine is being developed and will be presented to the next meeting of health ministers of the African Union in August this year. Given the national experiences on traditional medicine, the director of the Department of South Africa made a presentation on the various stages that have already been adopted, and the results are based on proof. The South African minister installed 15 laboratories in the country to support practitioners. This laboratory, dedicated to studies and support of partners, have the objective of attaining pharmacology based on research. Over and above laboratories, the government also created an office for managing intellectual property and for partners also in various competence areas. Together with these presentations, a Rwandan promoter of moringa residing in South Africa made a presentation on the moringa plant, which he is passionate about. He informed parliamentarians of the various virtues of moringa and its therapeutic effects. He presented to participants the transformation of moringa into tea and capsules, and that has indicated the entrepreneurship spirit and the sense of research from this participant. During the debates, it was recommended to parliamentarians, first of all, to aim at increasing budgets for scientific research and innovation to guarantee the autonomy of structures in charge of research and authenticity of results. Also, to promote the creation of faculties of traditional medicine in universities in Africa, as is the case in South Africa, in order to ensure the development of traditional medicine. And finally, to facilitate the protection of the knowledge of practitioners of traditional medicine and guarantee its intellectual property. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a list? Yes, we have a list of interest to debate. Honorable Mamelo Poko Lesotho.
Thank you, His Excellency, and thank you to our committee chair. This is the best presentation, and this is the best thought I ever had. In all African countries, almost all the plants around us are medicinal plant, meaning we are covered. The issue has been how do we use them properly so that we are well. With this strengthening of a scientific base of traditional medicine by research and innovation in Africa, we are all going to live well because we have them around us. The problem is, as Africans, we are not able to pass the gift to our generations. We have been using these medicines for a very long time. We have grown using them. But how do we make sure we take proper doses? This is the research we need to advocate for as members of PAP. We need to go out and sell this research. We need to grow our communities like other countries have already started using this research. We need to manufacture these traditional medicines, and we need, I don't even know how to emphasize on the word need, because we are using them, but we need to use them in a proper way. And also, in my country, these plants are growing themselves naturally. And unfortunately, we have been smuggling them out of our country to other countries who use them to empower their communities, and we are left behind. And we are not even reap for future use. But with this research, we will be able to replant, and we will be able to help our communities to grow them and harvest them properly. I just want to thank PAP for being able to come up with this and being able to help us do what is proper for our communities and our nations. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ishmael Samata, Somalia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I pass.
Thank you, Honorable Swangile Mamba, Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. I think it's just a recommendation that we should use our traditional medicines. Although we are discouraged, but we have fruits, we have other trees around us, and it will be cheaper if we make medicines. We are not being encouraged. We are encouraged to use Western medicines, but it's high time that the traditional healers are also encouraged to process the traditional medicines. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maria Rosa Antonina Gilberta Tipinge Escovalo, Angola.
Excelência.
Excellency, the President of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, all protocols observed. My colleague, Honorable Arlette Borges, has returned to Angola due to personal matters, but she has asked me to make this statement on her behalf. I would like to commend the chairperson of the Health Committee for his rich presentation, both in the committee and in plenary, on the scientific basis for traditional medicine. We know that in Africa, roughly 80% of the population resorts to homemade treatments without a scientific base, but with knowledge that is passed from generation to generation. An example of this was the use for treatment or use of plants for the treatment of COVID with successful treatment rates. We would like to commend South Africa for using, to commend South Africa for its development in terms of policy development for the regulation of the use of traditional medicine and the progress made in research on the basis of indigenous knowledge of traditional medicine for the health of the populations. Angola has over 60,000 traditional midwives and traditional practitioners. At the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation, of which we have the National Scientific Research Center, we are developing studies on the trypanosomiasis and other illnesses based on traditional medicine. Through a project to promote traditional treatments, some endemic illnesses were selected for research, given that they cause a significant number of deaths within the communities. The project aims at identifying some medicines and plants and scientifically validate the treatment. We lost our speaker. To conclude, I'd like to say that we should be commended because in the 19th of June, the Angolan parliament gave a positive opinion to the holders of the executive powers to ratify the protocol of the African Medicine Agency, given that this agency will regulate the quality of medicines in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Excellency the President. Your Excellency, during the COVID pandemic, I was in Lusaka and I was doing work for COMESA. And we were just catching the last flight back home because they were going to close the skies. When we reached home, I was not well, Your Excellency. And I took the normal conventional medicine, but I wasn't responding until the day my wife brought some leaves, which we call muarubaini in our language. And I was made to sit on that, boil the water, sit next to it, and the fumes that were coming were able to give me a very quick response. Your Excellency, I believe in traditional medicine. In fact, even this morning, I was chewing my ginger and my garlic because in our custom that helps you a lot, and it is affecting my life in a very different way. Mr. Speaker, if today you sit with me and my colleagues we went to school with, there's a big difference, and it is just chewing ginger and garlic. Mr. Speaker, in our place in Tana River County, the elders will tell you when you are having diarrhea, this is what you use. When you have a snake bite, this is what you use. When you have a fever, this is what you use. It is there. But we do not have a structured way in which we can apply this medicine to our children. Today when I tell my children, chew this ginger, they think I'm crazy. And yet, Mr. President, this is a reality that we need to actually explore. So I'm very happy to hear from the chairman of the committee that in fact there is an African Research Center that has been set up by the African Union. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, we need to encourage the growth of this area. We need to have some form of guidelines so that we can accept alternative African medicine as part and parcel of our modern lives. And Mr. Speaker, there is another side of African science. Our elders back in Tana River County, they will tell you when you see these insects are passing, when you see these ones are passing, there is drought coming. When they tell you that when you see the cows are giving etc., this extra, this stuff they give after they eat the grass. When they are giving it in a certain way, the cow dung, when the cow dung is in a certain way, the elders will tell you.
One more minute. You are telling us good things.
Thank you. So, Your Excellency, the elders will tell you these cows now, we need to shift them from where we are, we take them to another area because the drought is coming. So there is another science that our elders have. So it is not just traditional medicine. I believe that when these Europeans came, they told us all these things we believe in are going to take us to hell. They didn't take our fathers to hell. They helped them. But we have been so colonialized in our minds that we have not explored this other science, Mr. President. And I believe this African Center should not just be talking about the medicinal science that our hubs have, but there is another science. There is another science. Maybe that science, Mr. President, will take all Africans to heaven once this research is done. I submit that we should support this scientific research on African medicine and the alternative science of Africa. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity. And thank you to the chairperson of the Health Committee for giving us such a rich paper and giving us hope that all the trees and the plants that we have in Africa, that we all know that are medicinal, there will be research on them and that we will be able to use them. Because it is clear that the problem is we know these plants, but because of colonialism, we do not believe in them. And this research will also help us in knowing the dosage, because that is what is lacking. You are given a medicine, traditional medicine, and you do not know the dosage. They'll tell you, just gasp it or a mouthful and give it a teaspoon, and people will use a tablespoon because they want to get well. I'll give you an example, Honorable House, that during the time of COVID, I refused to go to hospital because I felt that people were dying there because of the fact that even the doctors did not know what to do and how to treat COVID. And I remembered that my mother used to give us what we call the Artemisia afra, or the African war wood, which is called umhlonyana in Sizulu and Siswati. That really helped because it has propensities that help in flu-like symptoms and all those that are related to flu. And there's also another one that is called umsudani, called the lemon bush or fever tea. It also has propensities against fever, and it also has prophylactic agents against lung infections. So those are the two plants that helped me, because I remember that from childhood, that is what we would be given when we presented with symptoms of cold or flu. So I support this, and it makes me happy to learn that finally our medicines will now also be regulated and we will be able to use them. I duly submit, and thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. This is a very important topic, and I think we all need to give serious attention to it. As I was seated, I heard my colleague said, or the honorable senator said, he was chewing his garlic and ginger, but you can see mine. I just told you people that since I came in South Africa, I have been down with cold, and I strongly believe in traditional medicine. But here's the point. According to WHO, most of African country traditional medicine are very effective. Okay? But what we are lacking is the method we apply to be used. And I feel, Mr. President, we have a tax. We have to make sure that we give more attention to our traditional scientific medicine. If you look around in Africa, we have all of the leaves. People apply this leaf to cure sores. People apply this leaf to take bones from in people's throat. I'm a living testimony for that. I come from Liberia, and I know most of our people apply traditional medicine. So I will support that you, Mr. President, using your oversight responsibility, you make sure that this approach is met to the fullest so that we can give relevance to our traditional medicine. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Marie-Sandra Monia Mayot, Mauritius.
Monsieur le Président, mes chers collègues,
Mr. President, dear colleagues, parliamentarians, allow me to congratulate the Committee on Health and their chairs for this very concise, informative, and very structured report. Mr. President, traditional medicine has always had a special place in African society. From generations to generations, it is a great wealth in ancestral knowledge and practice that have proven their efficacy many, many times before classic medicine, and this to heal many illnesses and ailments. We are witnessing a renaissance of interest for traditional medicine. Why? Because of the access. Traditional medicine is often cheaper than conventional medicine. In rural areas, medicinal plants are often the only option available for populations. To preserve ancestral knowledge, it is important to favor those ancestral practices. Traditional healers must be recognized and supported, and therefore a law is the development of a law on that is very important. Therapeutic properties of traditional medicine has been proven, but it also needs scientific research. The latest discoveries in traditional medicine are promising. For example, Artemisia to treat many ailments, and the Sutherlandia microphilia for patients suffering from HIV/AIDS. However, Mr. President, for this return to traditional medicine to be beneficial, our governments should call upon Africa and have a legal framework for the funding of research and development of traditional medicine. Research will allow validation of therapeutic properties and traditional practices, guaranteeing their efficiency.
Okay, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just finished reading a bestseller entitled Traditional Medicine That You Must Not Know About. So in conclusion, Mr. President and dear colleagues, I urge my colleagues to support this report so that we support efforts of researchers to improve pharmacopoeia. Thank you.
Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Sorry, he has gone to medical.
Okay. Honorable Senator Gabala, Mariam, Dao, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais de prime abord féliciter la Commission.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me begin by commending the committee for organizing this and providing an informative session, and also organizing the workshop for a family that we had. Now, Honorable President, traditional medicine needs to be further developed. Our researchers need to take note, to work to ensure that traditional medicine can be made available to our populations. We need to give greater attention to traditional medicine, which can be used as a holistic approach as opposed to conventional medicines. I believe we ought to also protect our plants and our researchers, and this through intellectual property rights, because we've seen some of our researchers being assassinated or disappearing after finding cures, like, for example, for HIV/AIDS. So, Honorable President, traditional medicine and I believe can ensure that we can reach a health security. Developing it further and developing pharmacopoeia, I believe, is a foundation for economic growth for the future of our continent. South Africa and Ghana have already understood this. I think it would be good if we too can have a faculty of traditional medicine in more African countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Salif Jao, the Gambia.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, this topic under discussion is so important that we cannot overemphasize its importance. Mr. President, traditional medicine is something that was being used in this continent in the past, before 50 years ago. And by then, people were not even visiting the hospitals. They were using herbs just behind their backyards. When you are sick, you just go, you unplug these leaves, you boil them, or you cook them, and then when you use them, you are up again. But now we rely on these conventional medicines that are brought to us. And this thing is not even curing us. It just heals for a while, and then it comes back again. That's why, and they are called drugs. That's why we are addicted to them. We cannot go without using them. Every day you must take medicine before you are effective. Why? Because we have abandoned what our forefathers were using. That is this traditional medicine. Now, Honorable Mr. President, just even the foods that we are eating now, we don't even know them. Then our forefathers were growing what they were eating, and they were also eating what they were growing. Just from the farm, you bring it to the kitchen, prepare it without using any other external source. And then it was so delicious, and it was keeping them healthy. But now we have abandoned all those things because of this so-called civilization. And it is also troubling us and troubling our children. I think it is better and it is high time for us to go back to the drawing board, and then we do as our ancestors, our forefathers, our fathers were doing, so that we can regain and get back our health. Now, Mr. President, even the rice that we are consuming now, then you will grow a field of rice, and then in 4 months you harvest once. But now they have modified it. Within a month or two, you can even harvest 2 to 3 times. So what that is telling us, look at the chickens that we are consuming now. By then, you will just rear.
Yes, granted.
Okay. And then you consume them in 6 months' time. But now, just in 1 month, the chicken will grow, you consume it. It will lay egg 10 times a day. And we are consuming those eggs. All those things are not healthy. I think this, what the chair has laid before us, is something very important, and then we all should applaud it, and then at least try to see how best that we'll be able to implement it for the betterment of this continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Joseph Leopold, Mauritius.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I have to thank my colleague from Mauritius, Jean-Franco Curin, for his beautiful presentation on traditional medicine. I want to add my voice in this debate to show the link between slavery, traditional medicine, and the constituency which I represent in the Republic of Mauritius. I come from an island 600 kilometers from Mauritius, an outer island which made up of 40,000 inhabitants and only 104 square kilometers, very small island. And the people are of 90% of African descent. And they are made up of people coming from the mainland Africa, from Ethiopia, from Benin, and from Madagascar. And when they took those people from mainland Africa to my small inhabited, it was not habited at that time, those people came with their knowledge on traditional medicines. That's where we have that strong bond with traditional medicines in my island. And this knowledge was passed on from generation to generation, but it was oral. And only recently that we've made lots of researchers, and those research were done by our ex-president of the Republic of Mauritius, Mrs. Dr. Garim Fakib. And then we have books on traditional medicines. Just to let you know, so far as slavery is concerned, Mauritius, Rodrigues, and Seychelles, slavery was abolished in 1835. But because Rodrigues was so remote from the main island Mauritius, and they have to sail from Mauritius to Rodrigues to announce that slavery has been abolished, it took 4 years for the people on the island of Rodrigues to know that slavery was abolished. And this means that in Rodrigues, officially, slavery was abolished in 1838. And when the Dutch people came to Rodrigues, they exterminate turtles and flightless birds, which were very important for the propagation of our endemic plant, which have very high medical values.
Thank you, Honorable Hepmo Chidziva.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for this opportunity to add my voice on this report. This is one of those reports that the African continent or the PAP must take seriously, because it answers to one of our fights as the African continent of eradicating colonization. Thank you, Chair, for the report. This report is centered on empowering African medicine. Mr. President, socio-economic factors such as poverty and rapid increase in healthcare costs, especially in low-income countries, calls for effective intervention strategies vital for preventing and managing chronic illness. And our answer is on traditional medicine. Traditional or natural medicines have an integral part to people's health and well-being across the world, cause of affordability and availability. Africa must take a fight for its space to make sure that traditional medicines must be evaluated through the same rigorous scientific standards applied to other forms of medicines. Governments must create facilities, resources, support and protection of intellectual property. There should be a uniform statutory regulatory framework that must be put in place in Africa. Mr. President, in my country, Zimbabwe, we have embraced traditional medicine, and traditional medicine helped us during the COVID period with the use of zumbani and tsangamidzi, ginger. My only point of concern in this issue is the area where we are using the word traditional. I think we must move into like this African medicine. It's an African medicine that is a medicinal plant, indigenous medicine, because when we say traditional, we act as if this is something that is for the past. We can still discover even more now as Africans and be able to treat ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. The last, before we break for lunch, Honorable Jean-Marie Nibitarinchi.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Président.
Your Excellency, the President, thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking the Chair of the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs, who provided a brief and concise presentation, which has given us a clear example of a great deal. We've learned a great deal from the presentation, which we didn't find was that long, and it was informative. So let me encourage the committee, the executive, as well as of the Pan-African Parliament itself, to think further, to improve and fund research institutions that are working on traditional medicine. But we also would propose that we have university institutions established in our regions, in addition to create institutions or bodies that attest to standards in traditional medicine, to approve standards throughout the different countries. We need to improve the well-being of our populations, the health of our populations. Our forests and our natural resources, or our forests in general, I would say, are very rich in biodiversity. So why not take advantage of this? When I remember in the 90s, when I felt ill, I had a problem with my stomach at the time, and my grandmother gave me some medication, which she found very easily in the fields. So I'm just trying to say that the leaves that we find everywhere, our plants, are very useful and are easy to find. So why not encourage this and formulate appropriate recommendations so that in our different regions, as I said, can establish research institutions and put in place university institutions that can improve the academic level as far as traditional medicine is concerned, so that in future our children, our young people can benefit from what we've drawn from traditional medicine, and our researchers can have something to offer in terms of traditional medicine. Since we have a great deal of competition at the moment,
Thank you. I said the last, but there was another name, so that will be the last. Honorable Mbo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, the presenter. And I think this is an excellent report that is before us as members of parliament. And we must all work together to ensure we increase the budgets of research in our own countries. Honorable Speaker, if you remember a few months ago, I stood here, to be exact, in 2023, and said we need to sit up as an African continent to look at the food that we import into this continent. Because it's the same food that we import, Honorable Speaker, that is also making us sick. And when we are sick also, we are developing the pharmaceutical markets of the other industries. The African continent is hit twice by the food that we eat, and also we develop their commodity industry. We also develop their pharmaceutical industry. We must support this report to ensure that we do the right thing. Because we are talking about food security, but we must also talk about health security for the African population. We must work together to ensure that we have the right food for the population. And then we develop our own African medicine for our people. You see, me, personally, I do more of the traditional medicine than the pharmaceutical. And you can tell. When I tell people about my age, they will say, no, it's not possible. Because I watch what I eat, and I also watch the pharmaceutical that I take. You know, I still look very young, even though I'm old. So that tells you something, that Africa has a lot of solutions for our people. We can solve our issue of food, we can solve the issue of also traditional medicine. So we must work together to encourage this committee to further collaborate to ensure that we have more money for the development of research for the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is now time for me to call the chairperson. But before the chair responds, I want to make one or two observations. Our universities have existed for centuries. Faculties of medicine, health, pharmacy. Why is it that we are still talking of the need to do research? Where were our universities over the century? Yeah, we have so many. On Africa, I think, on this continent, I think we have, I don't know, thousands. What is the limit? Why are they not coming up with something to help us? And I want to tell my own story. A few years back, I was working in Tanzania, doing consultancy work, and I had a friend, a medical doctor, and he told me, he said, you know, about traditional medicines. He said, at one time he worked in Uganda before he moved to Tanzania as a medical doctor. And in Uganda, Kampala, his wife went for labor to deliver a baby. And after 24 hours, nothing, although she was due. So in the end, the doctors recommended cesarean operation. Let's operate on her so that we get the baby out. So they asked the husband, who is a medical doctor, can you complete these forms so that we operate on your wife? So before he signed, he went to the wife in the maternity ward and said, they've given me these papers so that you can be operated on, because it appears the normal labor has failed. So the wife then said, oh, my husband, please, can you know that herb? Can you go in that herb? If I try it, and if we fail, fine, we do the operation. So he said he took that herb, went into the ward, and gave the wife. In fact, he even told the doctors that before I complete the forms, my wife has asked for some herb which we know, traditional medicine. So they said, okay, if you want to proceed that way, we'll wait. So he brought that. He said within an hour, the wife delivered normal delivery, normal birth, no operation on her, no cesarean. Just because of that herb. And this was a medical doctor telling me about it. So it is true that we Africans, unfortunately, have shortchanged ourselves. But this African Research Center, AU1, when it becomes operational, they will research. But will there not be a requirement that to register anything, you have to go to Europe or to America again? So in the end, a second research has to be done outside the continent. Anyway, some of those questions may be too complex, but just to challenge our own parliamentarians that we have capacity in our own medicine. What should this parliament do? But do you remember that we had such a debate last year in May or the other in August on this same topic? We had a debate on the issue of African or traditional medicines in this chamber, and we made some resolutions. And the debate today was almost the same as May 2023 or October 2022. Just do research, our staff who have debated. So we need to move forward. Chairman of the committee, your comments again, be brief.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honourable President. Let me begin by thanking the honourable members of Parliament who have contributed to this debate. A point where we have all been unanimous about is the positive aspects of traditional medicines. Almost all the interventions indicated to what extent the honourable members recognize this, whether in terms of food that they eat when they're ill, and other examples were given. We've heard of foods that have helped them so that they didn't have to spend money going to pharmacies and buying conventional medicines. And so they have also shared stories of grandmother's remedies. And so all of this shows, Honourable President, how effective traditional medicines can be. Now, in saying this, some honourable members of Parliament, members of the Health, Labour and Social Affairs and others from the Gender Committee that participated in our workshop have taken the floor to also add to the discussion on the floor. So when I spoke, and others have also spoken, we talked of some plants like Artemisia, which is used to treat malaria throughout the continent. We've heard the positive aspects of this as well as that of moringa. Now, one point that everyone or many spoke of was the issue of dosage of traditional medicines. I heard this taken up in different interventions. If, for example, you purchase, and we talked about this during the workshop ahead of one of the bodies that produce, one of the companies that produce plant-based products, particularly moringa products, spoke to us, and there was a packaging or a package of the moringa that was shown to us, which indicates very clearly the dosage and how to use it, directions for use. So I don't think it's right that even if we have traditional products used, once they are commercialized, there must be a clear indication on the packaging what the dosage should be. Listening to the different interventions, we've heard that this is indeed the case in many instances. So whether it's ASRIC or other institutions, like in South Africa, we have institutions that advise small businesses. During the workshop, we were informed, Mr. President, by the Director of Science and Technology in the government of South Africa that there are about 75 small and medium enterprises that benefit from the support and advice given as to how to grow their enterprises, how to improve the commercialization of their products. So these institutions want to assist to ensure that we can see the improvements of the use of traditional medicine throughout the continent. The Director of Science and Technology from South Africa is available for such a purpose. The Director General of ASRIC, that is the African Science Research and Innovation Council, is available. Their contact details are available. If honorable members wish to contact them, we can provide information. And I can help as well in establishing contact. So I'm saying this, Honorable President, just to highlight that traditional medicine is today well known. We of course we need more information as to the positive side of traditional medicine so that we can understand that it's not necessarily medicines coming from Western countries that are the best. But we need to know and learn how to use traditional medicines, how to consume them so that our health is protected. And I believe what's important to say then is that we need to have products available that will help us to be in good health. Mr. President, many members of parliament took the floor to I'm just looking at my notes. We had some information coming out on some plants that are being used in different countries. Each country has their traditions, they have their practices. The plants that they use, as has been highlighted by my colleague from Mauritius. There are some ancestral practices. We find natural products that help us in our different countries, and these are not costly to use, and so we can save as far as financial resources are concerned. The recent workshop that we held followed on from what took place the year before. We had emphasized at that time on the scientific basis at this workshop. In the past workshop, we looked at the position or the place of traditional medicine. We spoke about the research centers. We spoke of the Science and Technology Center in South Africa. Mr. Ulio, the Director of Health and Human Resources of the African Union, participated as well and shared with us on the different sectors or the different areas of interest. I think, Mr. President, I have covered all the issues that came up. I didn't mention the individual speakers in my responses, but just the issues that I retained. I'm sure the members of parliament took note of those who were sharing background and history and their experience with traditional medicine. So with that, I would like to propose that the plenary adopts the report that was presented.
Proposed that we adopt the report. Any seconder? Second, where's the second? And we move. Honorable Bettin seconded, so report adopted. Right time to go for lunch. But Chairman, people spoke of medicines, West Africa, Central, everywhere. I was thinking, how do we take this matter further? Because we debate and we close and it's over and we debate. Your committee should tell us, how do we go the next step? Why don't we have a show of some sort where all these medicines come to publish some point and we invite people? These things work. We invite everybody to pub, but don't give a platform to those in traditional medicines. Think about it. Why not? No, look, leave them. Why not have a show of these people? I know it is expensive. Some can afford to come from Cote d'Ivoire, some can come, some may not. But committee guide us. How can we bring them here? We show the things and we popularize under oversight. Thank you. We break for lunch. Back at 2:30. Please be punctual so that we deal with reports to enable us to finish tomorrow early. Thank you. 2:30. Talk. Yes. No, we go. Don't wait for anybody. Whoever is here, the clerk will be replying. Let's go.
Where's Mr. Akbar?
No. Let's go. I don't, it's not for you. No. See him. You do it. Just see him. Mr. President, over there, it's done. Mr. President, tell me going.
Mr. President. Good afternoon, honorable speakers. Honorable Mr. President, entering.
Good afternoon. We can take our seats. Just an observation. Why is it that this row, this one is empty, and there are two that side? This one, this side, at least 2, 3. It's better here. This row is better here. Yes, order. The clerk shall read the fourth order of the day.
Honorable President, the fourth order of the day is presentation and debates on the report of on the legal framework of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa.
I shall now invite Honorable Dao Gabala Mariam, Chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability, to make a presentation.
Merci, Monsieur.
I thank you, Mr. President. Excellency, President, honorable members, I will present to this August Assembly the political framework of the model law on equity, on gender equality and equity, which is being developed by our committee. Allow me, Mr. President, to briefly present the missions of our committee and inform this August Assembly that as we are talking about the insufficiency of the budget for the execution of our activities, our committee, that is the Committee on Gender, has carried out its budget under AGA at the level of 100%. In conformity with Article 26 of the Rules of Procedure of PAP, our committee deals with issues related to gender equality and on the promotion of the rights of the persons living with disabilities. The committee has adopted the model law, which was adopted on the 11th of October 2019 under the leadership of Honorable Lucia Mendes. It is a pleasure also to announce to the August that the protocol relative to the persons living with disabilities developed by PAP entered into force in March 2024 after
15 ratifications. And I would like, Mr. President, to underline the position of the advocacy of parliamentarians in order for this protocol to enter into force. The committee has been able to organize regional consultations with the organs of the African Union, civil society, and partners. It is the result of the consultations which we are submitting to the plenary for adoption in order to allow the committee to develop or to draft the model law on the family as it was planned in our strategic plan to make of 2024 a year of reflection on family. The committee has opened during this ordinary session and in collaboration with the three committees, that of Education, Justice and Health, brainstorming on family and its role in the realization of priorities of Agenda 2063. The executive summary of this report will be submitted following that of the political framework. On the youth, the committee in its plan of action has envisaged to touch upon the issue of youth and to make a priority in the 2 years to come in collaboration with the Committee on Youth. I rejoice that after the report of the Parliamentarian Group on Youth, the leadership of PAP has decided to engage PAP on issues of addiction which undermine our youth. Mr. President, honorable members, I would like, before giving to you the executive summary of the political framework, to seize this opportunity in order to thank the legal counsel of PAP and our parliamentary clerks who have enabled us to achieve the results which will be presented to you later on. And before carrying on, Mr. President, allow me to make an advocacy so that our committee will not be the last to present its report. Since 2022, where I became a chair of the committee, we have always been the last to present our report, and I would like to plead that the system of rotation be also implemented. I come now to present to you the executive summary of the political and legal framework of the model law on equality and equity between men and women. This is a document of 30 pages. You already have it, so we will go to the substance. During the session of the 6th legislature of the Pan-African Parliament, the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament has approved a proposal from the Committee on Gender Equality. Is it coming through now, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President? The model law is perceived as a non-binding instrument which member states of the African Union can use or adapt in order to improve their legal and institutional regulatory framework in terms of equality and equity between men and women, in conformity with the relevant legal and political instruments of the African Union. This resolution stems from the fact that women are still confronted to discriminations and other obstacles which limit their full participation to social, political, and economic life at an equal footing with men. And despite the efforts that have been made by member states of the EU in order to advance equality between men and women, which were translated during the period 2010-22 as the decade of equality and women empowerment, and the proclamation of the period 2020-2030 as the new decade for the financial and economic inclusion of women. The Pan-African Parliament is convinced that a continental legislative framework which is harmonized in order to support and promote the participation of women will contribute significantly to rectify the inequalities between men and women, promote their participation in all the civil economic, cultural, and political spheres, both at the international and national level, and support the advocacy and the parliamentary commitment for the ratification, the domestication, and the implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights relative to women's rights. In order to proceed to the development of the model law, the Committee on Gender Equality and Equity has elaborated the political and legal framework for this legislation as prescribed by the guidelines of PAP on the formulation of model laws. The model law to be elaborated will take into consideration not only the international and regional commitments of African states, but also the the legal instruments that have been put in place. So it was necessary to proceed to the exploration and the assessment of the legal and of the international legal and political frameworks which exist in order to identify the common principles and the normative elements and also mechanisms for implementation. This evaluation will serve in its turn as a basis for the determination of the structure and the content of the model law in conformity with the guidelines and the procedures of Pan-African Parliament. This model law should also allow to incorporate the international and regional legal instruments relative to equality between men and women, which will implement to African states. It will also be based on elements of national legislations of African states in order to make sure that this model law corresponds to the form and content for women and women in the continent. The political and legal framework explores also options for a regional model law based on the typology of relevant legislations and the legal structures of African countries in order to propose a list of normative components of a model law on equality and equity between men and women. What could we take or could we note? We have analyzed 13 international treaties which are legally binding and 11 international and regional treaties which have a non-binding character. The points of attention of this review are the following. As a part of the promotion of the domestication and implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Maputo Protocol, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has adopted several resolutions in order to expedite and reinforce women's rights, contributing thus to equality between men and women. We can also note that international legal and political frameworks requires from countries to implement their commitments at the international level through all appropriate means, particularly by adopting legislative frameworks. While considering the commitments of member states in terms of equality between men and women, it is important to take into consideration some reservations and declarations which interpret the Maputo Protocol formulated by some member states. This allows to come up with a balance and propose a model of a model law in order to facilitate the transposition of the Protocol of Maputo gradually while being reasonable and adaptable to the limitations of some states. The reservations made by some states to the Protocol of Maputo have to do with the rights of reproduction, abortion, Article 14, equality in marriage, Article 6, the reduction of military expenditures, Article 10, Paragraph 3, the registration of customary marriages, capital punishment, and the right also of nationality, and the right of a widow to inherit from her deceased spouse. In our approach, the committee has also explored the best national practices in terms of equality and equality between men and women. In this respect, we can note that all African states have a legislation which deals with the equality and equity between men and women, or some of other aspects. The exploration of the relevant legal framework show that there are some good practices and legislation, while noting some areas which could be improved. We can note important progress towards the realization of legal equality between men and women by embarking on reforms and also implementing positive changes which had a profound impact on the participation of women in economic, social, and cultural life. These legislations have several forms. They can be parliamentary laws or decrees that have been issued by governments or council of ministers. It could be a form of legislation which envisage a legal framework for equality between and equity between men and women. There could be also legislation that govern some specific areas on equality between men and women. It could also be legislations with sectoral coverage which are wider, which include equality and equity between men and women. It comes out from what has preceded that in most African countries, the equality and equity between men and women are governed by a legislation whose area of application is variable. The model law of PAP. The model law which PAP will propose is envisaged as a toolbox which will deal with equality and equity in a more comprehensive way by implementing the Maputo Protocol, while inspiring from national legislative methodology that we have used in order to achieve the legal and political framework which is submitted to you is the following. With the technical support of the Secretariat of PAP, the Standing Committee on Gender has opted for a methodology for documentary research, which I have just presented, which was complemented by consultation of the stakeholders. Documentary research has enabled us to limit the area, and also with the support of national and regional legislation. We've also organized a national hearing, which has enabled us to collect empirical information, that is, opinions and aspirations of local population, civil society, in order to make sure that the model law could meet the realities that have been lived by African peoples. In collaboration with ECOSOC, the committee has organized consultations of stakeholders on the political and legal framework on issues of equality and equity between men and women in Nairobi, N'Djamena, Lusaka, and Accra, respectively, in July 2023 and September 2023 and April 2024. Consultations have brought together members of the Committee of PAP on Gender, and also parliamentarians from PAP, representatives of ECOSOC, parliamentarians from national parliaments, and the Secretariat of the AFCFTA. And it has also brought together organizations of the civil society from Southern Africa, Central Africa, and Western Africa. And it also invited experts in terms of human rights and gender. The consultation was aimed at guaranteeing that the legal and political framework of the model law on equality between men and women and the draft of the model law should incorporate the views and aspirations of African peoples in conformity with the mandate of the Pan-African Parliament. for economic integration and the development of the continent. To this purpose, the consultations have achieved the following objectives. First, the shortcomings of the Protocol of Maputo were identified and measures were proposed in order to remedy these shortcomings. Second, the proposals and recommendations of the civil society organization on the political aspects of the model law were well documented. Third, various issues and factors affecting equality between men and women in Africa, including the implementation of quotas, were examined. And finally, participants were sensitized on the importance of the ratification and the domestication and the effective implementation of the Protocol of Maputo and other relevant treaties on the promotion and the safeguarding of women's rights.
Proposals and recommendations from public auditions or public hearings through consultation deliberations focused on key thematic areas covered by the proposed model law, and made the following recommendations compiled for review by the Committee on Gender of PAP. The recommendations of these hearings enabled us to identify 17 key points that the model law has to address. The first is land access. The second, education access. I'm not going to go into details because you have the report and the recommendations are detailed. So I'm going to give you the 17 major themes that were retained. Third, equality, employment, and equal pay. Fourth, access to justice and equality of protection before the law. Fifth, the participation in equitable participation in the decision-making, health and reproductive rights, women in situations of conflicts, gender-based violence, elimination of child marriages, elimination of female genital mutilation, equality and equity in marriage and family life. Here, I would like to, Mr. President, to say that we added equity because equality means that we contribute in the same manner. But since most women at home do not work, there is no equity because their work is not really valorized. So when we talk about equity, we have to take into account women who work at home or in households. The 12th area is economic and social opportunities. The 13th, migration and gender equality of women and technologies. The 14th, if women want to contribute, they have to catch up the digital lag. The 15th is climate change. 16, access to decent housing, and the 17th is decent conditions of detaining women. We'd like to submit these 17 areas for you to analyze while waiting for your proposals to supplement them if need be. To conclude, once approved by the Gender and Family Equality Committee and then adopted by the plenary of PAP, the political and legal framework will be translated into a model law draft, and which will be reviewed by the Committee on the Gender Equality and by the plenary before being submitted to regional consultations. The project would updated would thereafter be reviewed by the Gender Committee and the plenary for its final adoption. Ladies and gentlemen, once this is adopted, the model law should be adapted to various African legal frameworks, and by also drawing inspiration from members of the parliament. This will be this will encourage them to introduce them into their parliaments and then propose them as national laws. The model law will serve as a reference to assess the reception of national legislations between gender equality. Mr. President, thank you for your kind attention. I submit.
Thank you very much. We allow you to proceed to the next report, which is basically related. The issue of gender equality and equity in Africa is also related to family values.
Yes.
And socio-economic protection. So proceed to your second presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Donc maintenant,
now, I'm going to propose to you the executive summary of the report on the seminar on the theme Strengthening Family African Values to Ensure Protection and Socio-Economic Security of the Citizen. Described as the first family cell where values, standards, and behaviors are instilled among the young people, family is the natural union basic cell and the framework for democratic progression of our state. Family is also the cradle of the training of the citizen, because it's in the family that young people learn respect, responsibility, solidarity, and learn about their cultures, which are all values that are essential for their future economic and political participation in the lives of their nation and humanity. It's also acknowledged that the achievement of the continental development goals, such as the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, depend largely on the capacity of families to contribute to their achievement. Hence, consequently, within the framework of these missions, the Gender Committee, organized in collaboration with the Justice and Human Rights Committee, that of Health and Social Affairs, and that of Education and Culture, a seminar on the 27th of June in the Pan-African Parliament around the theme Strengthening Family Values to Ensure the Protection and Socio-Economic Security of Citizens. This reflection helped parliamentarians and representatives of the civil society to identify the commitments of states in protecting and providing security in the family. In 1994, the UN General Assembly established the Day of the Family through Resolution 4442. This resolution also shed light on the major activities that have to be conducted at a local, regional, and national level for its celebration. 10 years on, the African Union Commission adopted in 2024 the Action Plan on Family in Africa, underscoring the importance of an integrated approach that places the family in the Global Development Program. This plan puts focus on promotion, training, and implementation of policies adopted by the African Union to ensure the protection and the support of the family in Africa, to enable it to play its role more efficiently. That is very crucial in the development of the continent. The objectives of the seminar sought to strengthen the capacities of parliamentarians on program policies and the current objectives of the African Union on the family, to enable them to play their role in monitoring and implementing them. And it sought specifically to present the current status of a family in Africa and to raise awareness among MPs and the policies and programs of the African Union on the family, to share experiences on the best practices in integrating the family approach in developing general policies. And finally, it sought to share the best options of family policies among African countries and other parts of the world. During this workshop, we made an inventory of the family policy in Africa. This theme was had two presentations, that of Mr. Lufoko, who is also responsible of social affairs in the African Union Commission, and the second from Professor Zita Mokomane from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. We can retain that under the policy of the African Union Policy and Family, we can retain that the African Union adopted an action plan on family in 2004, and that Africa is the only region in the United Nations organizations to have developed an action plan on family, which shows a place that our continent gives to this first human organization that is the family. We can also retain that the people that make up the foundation of the family and the cradle of the society, the elderly, children, young people, men, women, the people living with disabilities, widows, divorced people, and so forth. Family play different roles and function in the lives of each member, and is responsible to a certain extent because each individual is from a family, be they biological or adoptive. Family is also a source of guidelines, support, strength, and serves as the starting point for education of children. It is important to acknowledge that family faces many challenges and crises such as poverty, unemployment that keeps on growing, the challenges to access to education and health, and many other problems. There are many reasons for which the African Union felt that it was important to revisit and improve the action plans to improve the living conditions of the family. To conclude, the committee was informed that the action plan of the family has to be reviewed 20 years after, and it was time, given the change and evolution of the society and the challenges to which the family faces, and it was confirmed to us that PAP will be involved in the reflection on its revision. As regards the research inventory on family policy in Africa, the presentation of the professor from University of Pretoria, we can retain the following point. First, the importance of family cannot be overemphasized because the family is the basic unit of all society. The definition of the family is contained in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 1948 and is still topical. It is stated therein that the family is the fundamental element of the society and has a right of protection by the society and the state. We also return from their presentation the complex nature of the family, which is defined with regard to the members that make it up. From the legal standpoint, the 1994 was declared as an International Day of the Family by the United Nations. And until 2027, the United Nations provide new opportunities of reflections for family to guarantee its protection. However, there are countries in which family policies are very explicit and forward-looking. We identified Rwanda, South Africa, Ghana. Moreover, other countries have a hybrid legal system such as Zimbabwe, Zambia, Lesotho, that have adopted to plurality by making cohabiting conventional and customary laws. The state of national legislation adopted on family in Africa. This presentation was done by Mrs. Deborah Nyokabi, a legal expert representing the Equality Now organization. From a study that they undertook in 20 countries in Africa from 2022 to 2023, countries that were chosen based on the data available online on official sites. These countries are Algeria, Tunisia, Cameroon, South Africa, Tanzania, Nigeria, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire. The study brought out that currently in Africa, the various protocols and laws on and people and the family advocate the elimination of all types of discrimination and the respect of human rights. We can also return that most laws acknowledge in their legal systems the civil rights and do not acknowledge the customary or religious rights. Similarly, some religions only acknowledge or recognize civil marriages and do not authorize union between people of the same sex. The existence of polygamy as one of the practices in Africa. From the foregoing, the presentation recommended that the harmonization of legal and religious rights and civil rights to take into account human rights, and also recommended the revision and the effective implementation of the Maputo Protocol. The seminar also reviewed the situation of members of the family in Africa, the situation of children presented by Sibanda Upal, a legal expert in the African Committee of Experts on Welfare of the Child. She recalled in her presentation that in the African context, family play a pivotal role, not only in protecting the children's rights, but in managing them in accordance with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. As regards the people living with disabilities, the presentation was done by Mrs. Ruth Kutumana, director of the consortium of women living with disabilities. She presented the challenges that prevent the inclusion of people living with disabilities, especially women and girls. The issue of social protection is very relevant, especially for people with disabilities, given the needs of these groups at various levels. Although legal provisions on social protection have been developed by many African countries, the lack of access to information and the rights and the inaccessibility of payment systems prevents many disabled people to receive any financial support. These problems is recurrent for women with disabilities who take care of children with disabilities, and she underscored the pivotal role that family plays in defending education and supporting people with disabilities. A family environment that is inclusive can provide emotional support and practical assistance that ensures personal protection and socio-economic protection of people with disabilities. On the status of the elderly, the presentation was done by Dr. Nonzozo Mbokazi from the University of Cape Town, who recalled the adoption of the action plan on the family in 2004 that places the family at the center of social development. She pointed out that 20 years after its adoption, it is imperative for this plan to be reviewed, taking into account the requirements and new challenges that members of the family face in Africa, especially people, especially the elderly. The adoption of the colonial policy in developing African policies was discussed by Professor Septla Molapo from the University of South Africa, UNISA, who made parliamentarians understand that the development of African policies that meet the aspirations and needs of the African peoples should not depend at all, should be autonomous in order to guarantee their authenticity. To this end, a decolonial approach has to be implemented so that a new legal system should be the fruit of the reflection of Africans. They have to take into account the sociocultural environment, the nature of people, their religious and customary beliefs. Discussions ensued and concerns of the members of parliament were fourfold. The members of parliament of the standing committees of the pub took part in this workshop and shared their personal experiences and precise information on the system that is applicable in their respective countries. However, they raised some concerns they ask questions on the best African practices that could help, could serve as a model, and the measures to be taken in Africa to reduce negative effects of cultural models imported from other continents. MPs also advocated a more inclusive approach in reviewing the African Union Action Plan that should see the participation of MPs and the civil society. Mentioning discrimination and social inequalities, some MPs suggested that the number of women of each delegation to PAP should move from at least one woman to at least 2 women. That would be a visible democratic progress. Answering these concerns, experts congratulated the high number of contributions made by MPs, which attest to their interest. The role of the social protection, sensitive to the needs of the family. This last put an end to the various presentations during the joint workshop organized on family values to ensure socioeconomic security of citizens. Invited to talk to MPs on this question, Mr. Lufoko Kezamak from the African Union Commission informed participants that Agenda 2063 of the African Union highlights human social protection. For this expert, family and gender are cross-cutting issues. Family is so dynamic that it is not easy to circumscribe it. To talk about family in Africa, you need to take into account members who form it, and as well as those who have been excluded for one reason or the other. By way of recommendations, after the discussions and debates, these following recommendations were made to members of parliament. The first recommendation: promote the universal ratification, integration in national laws, on protocols relating to the elderly, people living with disabilities, the protection and social protection, the welfare of the child, as well as the Maputo Protocol. The second recommendation: initiate progressive laws on family and speed up legislation on the reform of the family code at each national level. Third, vote huge budgets to enable the ministry responsible for social protection and family to carry out their missions. Fourth, invest in research to collect data on the situation and specific needs of women, especially the elderly and people with disabilities, for them to be taken into account when developing policies and programs. Fifth, promote African cultural values that are inclusive by developing programs, strengthening support systems to families. And finally, develop educative policies that guarantee equal access to quality education for the child, to higher education. To conclude, given the multiple challenges that the various components of the family have to face, there is need to continue to provide support to family, as well as improving the legislation for the welfare of the African peoples. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mariam. We have a list of 15 honorable members who have registered to make a contribution on these 2 papers presented. The first is Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to make a contribution on the first presentation that has dealt with the rights of women and the proposed development of the model law. And my contribution will be brief. Mr. President, the truth of the matter is that there has been very slow progress when it comes to the proposed 50% gender proportionality, especially in leadership, that has been proposed by the African Union. I say so, and this goes to my main contribution, that hand in hand with development of this model law, I was going to propose that this House also adopts an approach of very serious civic campaign so that countries can move forward. There is a problem that we come to conferences, even at national level, we agree that women need to be given more space. But when it comes to implementation, the practical difficulties start showing themselves. And I know this in Kenya because the last parliament that was before this one, the current one, you know, the whole parliament was taken to the Constitutional Court because the Constitution says we must have 1/3 women in parliament, but, or either gender, but the elected people were not making the quotas. So they were supposed to be declared an illegal parliament and elections to take place. That was not done. But there's a problem, even when you go for nominations, the party nominations. If you have a male candidate and a female candidate, and the male candidate wins in your party, and he is the most likely to win, how do you balance? By giving that seat maybe to a female candidate. So we have a lot of challenges in this area. And so my proposal is that even as we do the model law, which is a very good step and a positive step towards achieving this, we need also to accompany that with a lot of civic education and a campaign amongst leaders to truly accept. Sometimes you go to a parliament which is full of men, and you're trying to tell them to pass a law that says 1/3 of you are going to be female. Those men will not pass that law. So I don't know how we are going to approach this, but I think a lot of civic campaign needs to be done to accompany the effort. Countries like Rwanda, who are our neighbors in the Eastern African area, they have managed to do very well in this area. But it's because, again, their population, the women are, you know, more than 50%, and they have been in leadership. But when you come to the neighboring countries within East Africa, including ourselves, we have a serious challenge. I remember even in the current administration, where I serve in the side of the government, we made election promises that when we come in, we will make women 1/3. But again, when the cabinet was being constituted, there were a lot of difficulties. So even that promise became difficult to implement. So we are almost there, but we are not quite. So I repeat, Mr. President, that we need to accompany this effort of the model law with a lot of civic education. We need to be deliberate about this campaign. We need to be deliberate about campaigns in educating our people the importance of having women. But there's something else that we can achieve, and I hope we will be able to achieve, that every country must have a dedicated ministry on gender and women affairs. You'll find that in many countries, and I don't know about others, but you find it is mixed up with other things like education, social welfare, and stuff like that. And it's not dedicated to promoting the female gender. So it's possible for us to have like a guideline that says in every ministry, in every member state, we should have a dedicated ministry to deal with this, because it's an issue that needs gentle support, gentle push. Why I say so, I give an example in Kenya. We passed a very strong law on anti-female genital mutilation law, very strong one, because some of our cultures were very harsh against our women folk. But then you will find that politicians were not able to even talk about it, because if you touch it, you lose your election. So people, now the law was there. When you are in Nairobi, you pass the law, but when you come back home, you cannot even say it in low tones. You keep quiet because you are not sure how the population will react. So the law was there, but then civil society had to come in very strongly with people who are not in elective politics to support that effort. And eventually, we started seeing results coming slowly. And I'm picking from that example to say that as much as we are pushing for the model law to be created, we must also push for civic education and for a civic campaign. We must involve civil society to change the mindsets, because it will take time before we reach Canaan. But I laud the committee, I laud the effort, and I laud the leadership of Honorable Mariam Gabala, and I pray and wish you success. We are all behind you, but be warned of what is coming. There's a lot of people don't say it. When they're here, they won't say it. They won't say it. But when the law comes to voting, you'll find, like what used to happen in Kenya, the members of parliament will give press statements out there saying it's good, it's good, it's good. When it's time to vote, people walk out slowly, slowly, slowly. There's no quorum, so you can't change anything. And it's a very sad situation, but it is the reality. So I wish you well, and we are together with you, and we will support you. And for me, if it comes to voting, I'll be there. I won't walk out. But I tell you, it's a long road to walk, and it must be accompanied by a lot of civic education campaigns and a lot of civil society organization support. I submit, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. We move to Honorable Senator Stuki Motsa, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me this opportunity. And I would like to commend Honorable Marianne for both the model law and the report on the seminar. However, I will, Honorable President, discuss both because they were presented by the same person. I'll first start with the model law. On the model law, I felt it was paramount for us to first deal with the two definitions. The meaning of equity, let me start with equality. Equality, this is a state of being equal, especially in status, rights, or opportunities. Then the meaning of equity is that the quality of being fair and impartial. The issue of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism has been a thorn for a very long time. We are all aware that standards have been set before, but I cannot say with conviction that there was a degree of equality in the treatment of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism. I have perused the model law. It is good, but it falls short of clearly addressing these issues of persons with disabilities and persons with albinism. Protocols and legislations were cited that were used, but the African Disability Protocol and the Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was not referred to. On the topics raised, I will just go to 3. On education, issues of disability came out, especially on free education. But then on the infrastructure in schools, it did not come out clearly, because I believe that infrastructure in schools is a major barrier in education. Because if there are no ramps for wheelchairs or no
I grant you another minute.
and then tactile pavings for those that are visually impaired, then we also need to have learning aids. And then on economic and social opportunities, persons with disabilities are left out, and I would suggest that each state should have a law that will give them funding specifically designated to them. And in employment, a person with disability, employers will always look at that person as a burden, and would urge that this should come out clearly, that all states should, at least in their Employment Act, have a section that will deal with reasonable accommodation of persons with disabilities. And on the family, it was a very good paper, and it gives hope that our African values will be restored. I duly submit, Honorable President.
Thank you very much. Honorable Fantamata Njai, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would applaud the presenter of this report, because he's touched something that I'm so passionate about, and that is women issues. Mr. President, the rate we are going, if we do not legislate, it will take us over a decade to catch up with the men. Mr. President, Namibia is recorded 8th in the world in terms of parity. I think when it comes to model laws, we have great examples in this Africa to follow. When the senator from Kenya spoke, I thought he was from Gambia. He touched issues that we really faced. In 2022, I came with a private member's bill to amend the constitution to add 16 women at the assembly. But what happened? Members did not come. 3 sessions, members did not come, and the bill was negated. At that time, we were 88 in parliament, with only 6 women. Mr. President, I think we should be speaking for ourselves. When my sister from Lesotho spoke, I said, wow, the only way they can feel us is to talk for ourselves. Nobody can talk for people with albinism more than she can. Likewise, nobody can talk for women like I do. Mr. President, at this moment, there's a great challenge in my country. In as much as we say my former president, Yahya Jammeh, was bad, he made progressive laws for women. From 2010 to 2015, he promoted women and children's laws. He came up with the anti-FGM law in 2015. And now, in this day and age, in 2024, Gambia is attempting to repeal an anti-FGM law. And I appeal and urge to the Gender Committee, as promised to the special rapporteur to send women representatives to go and sit with their peers to talk to them about not repealing this law because it will adversely affect women and children, especially children that cannot make decisions for themselves. I will not do justice to Sierra Leone if I do not applaud them. I'm not sure whether members from Sierra Leone are on the floor, but I think I should applaud them because this week, their president again assented to the Anti-Child Marriage Act. Last year,
Thank you. You want a minute? Yeah, you are talking good things.
what we should do as a parliament, I think we should pin them as gender champions. I would recommend for President Madabio of Sierra Leone to be pinned as a gender champion for what he has said in West Africa. Within 2 years, he had come up with 2 very special bills, very close to the hearts, and saving the girl child and the woman. I would also commend some countries that have legislation. For example, the way the former vice president of Liberia came to be in the Senate was because of legislation. They brought their list to the election commission. It was short of women. They sent it back, and his name was added. She won, and she went and became the president, I think this pro tem of the Senate, and then eventually became the vice president. So we should promote legislation, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Luther Sandy Collins, Liberia.
Thank you, Mr. President. To my distinguished colleagues, I want to applaud our Honorable Senator regarding gender equality and gender equity. But I am with different view when it comes to gender equality. I'm sure most of our mothers in here would not want to agree with me, but that's my view. I understand that women, biblically, they were created to serve men. Of course, if I will be asked, I would say there should be some level of division when it comes to gender equality. This is why when we go to conferences and we try to agree on things, we see that it's not working because that's the reality. You can never compare a male to a female, no matter what it is. So, Honorable President, distinguished colleagues, in order that I cannot take long, I will want to spell out these few things. Because we continue to follow the Western culture, we see that a lot of things are taking place. Women are now grouping themselves, wanting to be like men, wanting to have multiple husbands. Women are turning into lesbian, and while men are also going chasing their colleagues. These are things that we should try to eliminate. We cannot continue to give credence to Western culture. We are African. I was in Uganda when a multi-millionaire from England was promoting lesbianism and homosexualism, and the parliament stood against that. So if we continue to give leverage to women, you will see there will be a lot of changes in our home. Of course, they are mothers. So for me, I would suggest that we accept women, but there should be some level of bound between men and women. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Senator Professor Margaret Kama of Kenya. Not in the chamber. Honorable Samuel Koga, Liberia.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and good afternoon to colleagues. Mr. President and fellow colleagues, I want to give two quotations quickly before diving into the discussion. Our late president of Zimbabwe, Dr. Robert Mugabe, said, and I quote, he said, the white people told us to tie our neck, and we accepted it. Everywhere around here, we are tying neck tie. The Western culture. And when the late Nelson Mandela went to the Congress, the White House in America, they generally posed a question that having been in prison for 27 years, what could be your worst enemy? He said, my enemy is my age. That was a wise talk. Now, as African and parliamentarian in part, we got to be meticulous. When it comes to family life, the Africans are the most united force that know the value and norms of family. In our culture, you don't distinguish to say uncle, nephew, cousin, sister, brother-in-law, and etc. The unique way that we call each other is when your brother, your father's brother, you refer to him as a father. That is a sign of unity. We don't distinguish. And in our culture, whenever you're trying to distinguish to say, this is my father's brother, they feel somehow offended in our culture. The female gender mutilation that we're talking about, our people did not mean any harm to practice this culture. It was a form of informal education where women go and learn how to plow fishing nets, where women go and learn how to cook and went to fetch for wood and went to go and fetch for fish in the water. This timing was something that our women understood it, our mothers those days understood it very well. Can you tell me from scientific perspective, from the 60s or 70s? Please, everyone, listen.
Okay, granted.
From the 70s, 60 to 70, how many of our mother that went through that process that fell ill? There is a cultural deficient. We have to be very careful before we pass this thing. We have to take time to uphold to our norms and value in Africa. If not, our culture will be eroded and will have an average effect that disunity will come among us. Thank you.
Honorable Ali Mane, Senegal. Not in the chamber. Honorable Welcome Lamini Esatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. I'd like to start with the last presentation on family values. And one would like to back what my fellow honorable member, Honorable Collins from Liberia, said, that we first need to distinguish and be clear on what constitutes a family, a man and a woman. That's what our African values say. And let us not be influenced by these people who come with this big money and then tell us that a man and a man can constitute a family or can start a family, where a woman and another woman can start a family. Let us go back to our roots and know that it's a man and a woman who constitute a family. And let us not be afraid to be called homophobic if it calls for that, you know. And then secondly, there's the issue of cultural preservation that we need to emphasize as Africans. We have now seen that nearly the family structures have collapsed and schools have become the replacement for families. So let us inculcate our culture and our traditions in school curriculum and get these older people to be engaged by our schools to teach our children the values, the African values. That's how we can then be able to preserve our values and also be this thing called cultural adaptation. You now see that there's this social media frenzy which we should be fighting against as Africans, in the sense that if an African, let me refer to my own, as a Liswati, when a Liswati goes online wearing traditional attire, that is our women, during our read dance, that is described as nudity, and it's blocked. But if Beyonce is posted in the same platform, wearing almost nothing, it's called art, and it's called sexy. So we need to fight against that they should not look down upon our culture as nudity. And then also, on the issue of language preservation as Africans, we also have to guard against that, because we have seen that our colonial masters are always emphasizing on their language being taught in our schools, such that our children now come home and they talk to us using foreign language. And 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
And we find that to be correct, we don't even challenge that. So you find that most children speak your English, and without even knowing their own languages. So we should emphasize on our own languages even being the mode of, or the medium of instruction in our schools. And also in the first presentation on the issue of the model law for gender equality, I think it should start with us here at PAP, Honorable President, by having, amending our protocol on the Constitutive Act to provide that the election of women should, or the election of members should be 40-60 on a rotational basis. So that next time, if it's us, Eswatini, it's 3 women and 2 men. And the following term, it's 2 men, it's 2 women and 3 men. That would be fair, you know. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable Maria Rosa Antonina Gilberta Tipinge Escavalo, Angola.
Thank you once again, Honorable President of the Pan-African Parliament. All protocol observed. I'd like to thank the chairperson of the Committee on Gender for the brilliant presentation. She was very detailed on what she did. Honorable members, I'd like to say that we will know we need to value our continents for being able to draft a plan of action on family. I'd like also to give some examples about my country, Angola. Currently, we have the highest birth rate of Africa, with 62% of children by women in a rural area. and 5.2% in urban area. The demographic path urged the government a plan based on evidence in order to guide the public health, water, and others to implement the policy for the family. In this space, we are holding sensitization campaigns in the municipalities and within the community in order to add value of the family with solidarity, tolerance, differences, and so on. We are also implementing a Quenda program. This program, the main goal is to help the vulnerable family in all the country's provinces. Most of these families are led by women. The programs enable to empower economically, and this has been minimizing the hardship situation or on the economic sector of the family. In addition to the money transfer, we also have the productive inclusiveness where the beneficiaries are supported by small industries with seed, with fruit trees, and the community kit. To say also, this program has been benefiting more than 1 million families. So we think that we beg to adopt the report. Thank you very much.
Coadio Coa Betin.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Chair, Honorable President. Honorable President, I would like to congratulate my colleague, Mrs. Mariam Dao Kabala, for enlightening presentations. I would like to talk about the second point on the family. I took part in two other committees and with two other committees in this workshop. It was very enriching because we had high quality skilled experts who actually provided a lot of knowledge on the notions of the family. Family is one of the most important values on which Africa is built. So if we want a strong Africa tomorrow, we should be able to provide love in our family, because the attention that we give to our children, we succeed in working for the best for them in future. I'm talking about the younger ones to refer to family. Of course, there's always a family head, but the outcome of a family or the aim of a family is to be able to educate the younger ones. So strengthening the African family values to ensure protection and socio-economic protection of citizens is to work to have the following fundamental values: respect and well-being, commitment and responsibility, and honesty and trust. Once these values are instilled in the family, we'll be able to build and guide our children towards sound education. To conclude then, if we want to achieve the objectives of Agenda 2024, Mrs. Dauda talked about a review to be done, but if we want to achieve the objectives of strengthening African family values in order to ensure protection and socioeconomic security of citizens, we should always remember this quote from the Canadian. Microphone, please. So to conclude, I was saying that to strengthen we have to remember this quote from the Canadian, which says, family is a school for balance and strength and for progress. All those who oppose this are embarked on the way to evil. So if we want to, we have to always remember this. Remember this quote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Now is opportunity for Honorable Mamelo Poko.
Thank you, His Excellency, and thank you to the Chair of Gender Committee who presented well the two presentations. I am more concerned on family values because from where I come from or where I stand, family orientation is the most important I didn't want to talk about the first presentation for so many reasons, but unfortunately I had included it. So I will have to go slow and skip whatever I said about it so that I concentrate on family values. As parents, we are from families. Some are parents that are from an adopted father and mother, meaning we both have biological and adoptive families. But each and every family is a source for good orientation and early education on families. As parents, we have to educate our children to be kind, to be honest, to be hard workers, to be generous, to be responsible, to communicate and understand what communication means. We must educate our children the importance of health and education. Our children must have integrity. They must be able to trust us as parents so that we will be able to trust them. And they must be our friends. Family values are similar to personal and professional values, but they include your family. And this should include your extended family, like your in-laws, like children from your aunt and uncles. We have difficulties nowadays that are frightening our values especially the one of trust, where parents no longer trust their children who are addicted to drugs, because they kill their parents when they want money for drugs. We also have challenges where children are no longer kind to their older families, like our senior citizens. They treat them like their second-hand whatever, and that makes life very difficult. So I was only saying family is basis for every good thing that we have as Africans. That is where we have to hold, and that is where we have to empower. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sawaiboi Torre.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. I thank you for giving me the floor. I also thank Honorable Mariam for rekindling my consciousness in instilling family value issues. Honorable Speaker, we are all instilling these values, but I'm not sure whether we are doing them consciously to ensure that our families go through our culture the way we intended it. Honorable Speaker, if we take ownership of the values, we can shape them to be in line with what we thought of our family to be. And we have African values, family values. For example, old age in our culture is pension. It's a pension for the family. It's an institution for the family. Disabled persons in our culture are prioritized. Everywhere you have a disabled person in your family, you thought of the person first before you think of your other children. And children are investments for the elderly. We always do that. Now, if you go by the Western culture, a child becomes 18, he leaves the family and goes and lives away from the family and has nothing to do with the family in some cases. Women are teachers in our culture, and they are models for the family. My Kenyan brother was talking about the difficulties in bringing women to parliament in our representative institutions, but I believe with affirmative action, when we adopt proportional representation, we should be able to solve the problem. Honorable Speaker, we must do certain things to be able to address these problems, and that is one. I believe we must to enhance and extend social insurance systems must be part of our agenda. And in Gambia, we have a bill before us that will do that. We should invest in workplace health and safety. We should also create better working conditions for our people, creating low-cost housing schemes. I was just watching the television yesterday or day before yesterday, and I saw a lot of homeless people struggling with the police and other people for eviction on the streets. And that is un-African.
Okay, we are granted 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you. So we must create better policies, create better labor relations, and protection for our people. That is exactly what the SDGs are saying. If we do these things, then we'll meet the conditions for SDG. And I think that homelessness is one thing that we must abandon in Africa because it's completely un-African. And on that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Elizabeth Masuku, Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Chair, for your fruitful presentations. Mr. President, Zimbabwe has enacted several pieces of legislation and measures to promote gender equality in terms of Section 327 of the Constitution, an international treaty which has been concluded or executed by the President's authority does not form part of the law in Zimbabwe unless it has been incorporated into the law through an act of parliament. In keeping with this provision, the Constitution demonstrates main provisions of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. Mr. President, that provides for gender balance stipulates that the state must promote the full participation of women in all spheres, women in Africa. Section 56 in our Constitution provides on equality and non-discrimination, stating men and women have the right to equal treatment, including the right to equal opportunities in political, economic, cultural, and social spheres. Translating these constitutional provisions into enforceable pieces of legislation and policies, Parliament of Zimbabwe passed laws including the Domestic Violence Act 2007, which protects victims of domestic violence, and the Gender Commission Act in 2016, which establishes the Zimbabwe Gender Commission to promote and ensure the implementation of gender equality policies. Labor Law Act Chapter 28 of the Constitution prevents employment discrimination based on gender, promotes. I tried to be fast.
Request for 1 minute.
1 minute, Mr. President.
Granted.
Thank you. Promotes equal pay for equal payment for work. There is also Marriages Act, Mr. President, in Zimbabwe. So we are trying to go with the report from our chair about family values. Family values are the foundation of society. By strengthening families, we build a stronger society, more resilient to systematic challenges. I support the report from our committee. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable Aminata Dieng, Senegal. Not in the chamber.
Bonsoir à tous.
Good afternoon, Mr. President of the South African Parliament. I would like to greet His Excellency the President of the Republic of Senegal, Mr. Faye, and Mr. Abdou Diop, Chairperson of the National Assembly of Senegal, and I would like to salute the Chairperson of my party, Mr. Mustafa Toum. But I would like to say, Mr. President, that with regard to the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, the chairperson of that committee, and dear colleagues, I would like to share with you a few words on matters that are related to handicapped people. Yes, dear colleagues, for me, we have to fight against marginalization of this segment of our population and to ensure that we allow them to live a decent livelihood and that we prevent them from becoming beggars, so that we have an amount that would be reserved for these people, and we have to come up with a quota that takes care of handicapped people in various companies depending on their sizes. So where there is, let's say, 1 to 50 people employed or 50 to 100, so I think this policy has been well implemented in Senegal. We have to have in our mind the fate of handicapped people. Let's think about their education in our development programs, because if we want to be true to ourselves, honorable MPs, we need to be as concrete as possible in the acts that we pose. Honorable parliamentarians, I think that our respective parliaments ought to take into account the fate of these people who are part of our communities. Honorable President, dear colleagues, to be a handicapped person is not synonymous with incompetence. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Amina Yaya Chat.
Point of order.
شكرا السيد الرئيس لإعطائي الفرصة. في البداية أريد أن أشكر.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. Let me start by thanking Honorable Mariam from Cote d'Ivoire, the chairperson of our committee of Gender, Family and Youth. And I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the Parliament for the very detailed presentation made by those who spoke before me on the topic at hand with regard to family values and African values that are required for us to ensure that there is equality in society, and so to make sure that we take into account the equality between genders. As an activist on the right of women, the chairperson of the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, I would like to say that I approve this document which was presented to us earlier, and I'd like to request my colleagues to support it. Secondly, Mr. President, I have no questions to ask, but I have a small comment to share with you on the manner in which we could attain equality between the various genders across the continent. I think this would be possible when women are able to access any elective positions and women are given the right to use every opportunity that is offered to them, whether it be intellectual or any other form, so that they are able to take care of themselves without having to depend on men. I think that is the key to our quest to ensure that there is equality between genders across the continent in every single field, whether it be politics, economic, or social. So we need to give greater importance to the African woman so that she's able to free herself and have the opportunity to enjoy her reproductive rights. So you have one additional minute. With regard to the report on gender equality, countries ought to put a singular accent on gender equality and to make sure that efforts are made to ensure greater equality across the peoples of this continent, and to promote education and ensure that women have greater access to education, and also ensure that women are guaranteed greater security so that they are able to partake of any decision-making exercise. And thank you, Mr. President, for giving the floor to women so that they're able to state their case.
I'm here. Thank you, Honorable President. From the
Honorable President.
Is that a point of order or point of what?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay.
When the previous speaker from the previous honorable was talking, the interpretation or the wording used was like the interpreter referred to handicapped people, and yet the correct word to use is persons with disabilities. Let us correct that one. I rise to correct that one, Honorable President, because it will be like we are discriminating in this chamber. I thank you.
I should say that is brilliant. That's a brilliant observation. Our interpreters, please use correct words. It is very common sometimes when in English we are supposed to use chair. In French you use the president. Some interpreters are not experienced enough. Sometimes we also pick it that this interpreter is not very well experienced in interpretation. The words matter. So can you please correct that? Even on the record of PAP, the answered, can you also correct? Thank you very much. Can we proceed, Honorable Mkuu?
Thank you, Honorable President. From Honorable Miriam report, I would like to talk about the gender equality. I want to give an example whereby in Lesotho, we have 120 members of parliament, then in the National Assembly, then we have 30 women in there, whereby our National Assembly is built with 80 people from 80 constituencies, then we have 40 PRCs. So then we have the deputy speaker, she's a woman. Then within the parliament, we have the deputy prime minister, she's a woman also. And she was ex-chief of justice. Then in the Senate, we have got the president of the Senate as a woman. Then the Lesotho delegation to PAP, as we speak, we have got 3 women out of 5. So I think I was just trying to report to the Honorable House that Lesotho has gone just too far. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you. We thank you for that information. Honorable Rahab Mukami.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to applaud the chair of gender and equality for the good presentation. What I want to say, women are the pillars of the society. Women are our wives, our sisters, and our mothers, and we can't do without women. Mr. President, in country Kenya, I want to challenge Lesotho. In Kenya, we normally have a rule we call 2/3 gender rule. And in our parliament, we normally have nominated women. We also have nominated women in county assembly and also in Senate. In Kenya, our chief justice is a woman and her deputy. In Kenya, our governor, in the county, we have 47 counties, we have 7 women governors. So what I would urge this House is to come and do benchmarking in Kenya. We are progressing well. And I want to thank the chair because they came to Nairobi to do this model law, though I was not aware. So I would urge members who will be coming to Nairobi, it's always good to let us know so that we can come and buy for you nyama choma in Nairobi. I want to encourage the chair. Regarding people living with disability, we have so many challenges. Like in Kenya the other day, I had taken a motion in Parliament regarding the young mothers who are having children with cerebral palsy. And you know cerebral palsy is a very bad disease and it's a very serious disability because you can't leave that child alone. So I support that idea of having those safe homes for those mothers, and we should also encourage those mothers to go back to school, and we try and do what we can do as members of parliament to empower those young mothers. FGM is also common in Kenya, and we are trying to fight with it. It's not easy because you see the minute the girls do those things, they normally just get married when they are even 15 years old. So generally, I don't want to say much. I just want to say congratulations, and we support the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, this won't be easy because the name is not typed. It's in long hand. The handwriting is not easy to read. But it's Honorable Satu Sinon Okay, Equatorial Guinea. Okay, Equatorial Guinea.
Nothing.
Oh, here. Okay. Okay.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm Saturino. It's a name. I'm a senator from Equatorial Guinea, and I wish to take advantage of this opportunity to congratulate the presenter of the reports. They have been extremely interesting reports, and we wish to present you the work that is done in Equatorial Guinea. I know I have very little time to state this. I won't be able to go into details, but I just wish to tell you that in Equatorial Guinea, we've advanced very much on this topic of gender equality, and the results are the following. Currently, at the Chamber of Deputies, women have the 35% of the seats, a same situation in the Senate. And in both organs, it's a woman is in charge of the Senate since 12 years. And currently, a woman is also the vice president, second vice president of the Chamber of Deputies, and she is the person in charge of our committee. here at the Pan-African Parliament. Therefore, we have progressed a lot, and in government, there are few women that occupy very high-level positions. That means that doesn't mean that we have reached the limit. No, we have to continue to advance, and there are many girls that are going to university. It's a considerable amount of young girls, and this is the information that I wished to share with all of you. Thank you very much, and have a good afternoon.
That brings us to the end of the list for debate. I now invite the chair of the committee to respond. There the hand. Someone wants to contribute? Can you stand up and no, your name is on the list.
My name was on the first list, Mr. President.
But yes, but I was advised that you withdrew.
I withdrew it on the list for the la loi type, Monsieur le Président. But
for the model law, but not for the model law on gender equality.
The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to be brief because I think that we've really outboarded the length and breadth of the question. I would like to congratulate the President of our committee, Madam Adawa Gabala, for this very rich seminar in which I participated, Mr. President. When we talk about family values, when we're talking about family, we imagine immediately a beautiful image, the mother, the father, the children, in a beautiful garden, beautiful space, therefore a happy family. That is really the basis of family values. A small family, united and good cohesion between the parents and the children. But for that happiness to happen and before those values exist, we need to give the structure, the ideal structure for that to happen. In all humility, Mr. President, I will encourage inclusive and free education, as it is the case in my country, Mauritius. When we start with children from a very young age, when education is free, and in my case, in Mauritius's case, that is all the way to university. And that really promotes what we call the family. When we have a situation where there's a roof over our heads and a brick home, well structured, then we can spend more time talking about family values. When we have free healthcare, as it is the case in Mauritius, we can obviously take this time and spend less money to really strengthen family links and also friendship links with their neighbors, and also cultivate these values. What I mean by that is that today I hope that Africa, because here in the Parliament we're talking with one voice, I hope that all African countries should share the same opportunities that we have in Mauritius, free education, social housing for people who are underprivileged or less privileged, and also access to healthcare. I thank you. I think that if we bring all these aspects together, we can really have more family values and more social cohesion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and sorry for the initial omission of your name. Chair of the committee can now respond.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to start by thanking my colleagues for their support, their congratulations, and I would like to extend this encouragement and thanks to members of my committee and members of the legal experts who supported us. There is also the support from other countries that we recognize here. There are some concrete suggestions that I would like to highlight because they are very important in nature. The first one is the comment from Kenya, who invited us beyond the model law to have a proposal for a civic education campaign for the people. I think that is important because having a model law is not in itself enough. We need to budget for a model law, but also to budget for its promotion and adoption in our countries through civil society. I note that proposal. The second proposal, which came I'm sorry. The second suggestion, which came from two speakers, is the one which says that at the level of PAP, and I think that this is quite normal. We need to distinguish, for example, between the countries or leaders of countries who have shown that they are conscious of promoting the role of women in decision-making roles. I think that's an important initiative that we can look at and which will certainly give more visibility to PAP, and that will give us a possibility every year to invite some of these champions to engage with us. Mr. President, there's also some other interrogations which I will group into two with regards to my sister from Eswatini who spoke at length about the rights of people with disabilities. I would like to tell her that the people with disabilities are our priority. And I have in this chamber said that the Pan-African Parliament has to develop a model law on people living with disabilities. I think that has been done, and it was adopted in March 2024. And I think when we talk about people living with disabilities, they are represented in our workshops, and also albinism is also reflected in our in the activities of our workshops. If you look at point 2210, we talk about facilitating access to education for people living with disabilities and so on. Mr. President, there are two other aspects that I would like to cover, if you may.
Merci beaucoup. The Honorable Stuki, when she rose on a point of order, Sticky, sorry, she was not commenting on what you said. No. She agrees with you, everything that you are saying, she agrees and supports you as chair. It is the interpreter who was misinterpreting what you were saying. So whilst you said people with disabilities, the interpreter would say disabled, is it? Handicapped. And what is handicapped in French?
C'est
handicapé.
Yeah.
It's different from a person with disabilities.
Yes.
So all she was saying was the interpreter was getting it wrong, not yourself as chair. Thank you.
So now I want to reassure my colleagues to say that, like I've said before, at the Pan-African Parliament, we should not be afraid to approach topics from an African perspective. That is really why we are here. And if we made consultations with Africans, it is so that African values should be protected. The reason why we had a workshop on for the family, that is why we're talking about African values. So it is not really about importing and imposing foreign values on Africans. And so please rest assured that it is not our committee's work. It's not really about doing that. That is not the case. I would like Mr. President to also cover one topic, gender-based violence and female genital mutilation. I would like to say that female genital mutilation is really an atrocious act. I cannot see how we can see this as some educational thing that could be positive. I'd like to say that women, just like men, have a right to be happy with their bodies. And on this topic, the topic of female genital mutilation is very important, and it has such destructive effects on the reproductive organs that even in our country, Cote d'Ivoire, even the imams and traditional leaders have joined the fight to end female genital mutilation. So I cannot see how that could be some positive form of education. Let's find some other form of education other than female genital mutilation, which makes it impossible for some women to reproduce. On the topic of the family, I note all contributions. I think that we are going to enrich our work with them. And I would like to come back on one topic. We foregrounded the family because we want strong family units. Because it is in the family unit that the African of tomorrow is being educated, and it is through these consultations that we defined, and we have to define the notion of the African family. We are clear that the notion of the nuclear family is maybe a foreign concept, and so we ourselves need to define the values of the African family as we see it, and that is how we are going to build to develop the African of the future. If we have so many problems today, it is because the family has abandoned its role of education of the youth. And so we are going to continue working on the family because it is fundamental, because it is not about aeroplanes, it is not about the economy, it is really about developing tomorrow's citizens and the family cell and the citizens that we have. And so those are the comments that I wanted to make with regards to the to everything that was said. I hope I covered all the questions and comments. We note all the suggestions and the 2 recommendations that were made on the fact that we need to honor leaders who distinguish themselves in terms of including women, and also when we prepare the model laws and we budget for model laws, we need to also budget for its uptake. On that, Mr. President, I would like to propose the adoption of the policy framework on the model law on gender equality and equity in Africa, and the report of on the family workshop. Thank you.
Gender is moved for the adoption of the report. Any seconder? Yes, Honorable Sandra. Thank you. So the report is seconded, therefore adopted.
Thank you.
The clerk will read the sixth order of the day.
Honorable President, the sixth order of the day is the presentation. Excuse me. The presentation and debates on the activity report of the Committee on Transport, Industry, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology.
I shall now invite Honorable Bajaramari, Chairperson of the committee. Even there.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Chief Fortin Shombera, for the floor. Firstly, I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for your standing on behalf of the African Parliament with the Palestinian cause, with the people of Palestine. Thank you for defending just causes. Allow me, honorable members, to speak with my Arabic languages now. إذن شكرا سيد رئيس البرلمان على إتاحة الفرصة.
Mr. President of the Parliament, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to say on as the President of the Committee on Transport, Energy, Telecommunications, Science and Technology, to tell you that I was put in today on the sixth order of the day to address you. It is true that the Transport Committee has had several meetings during this session, very important meetings in the month of June 2024. The order of the day, so there were certain topics on Agenda 2063, obviously, of the African Union. The committee had some joint meetings with the Committee on Education. Today, Mr. President, I cannot present the entire report of the committee because our transport committee has not met to adopt it within the committee. That is why, as a president of the committee, I do not yet have the final version approved version to present to you. That is why, Mr. President, believing are you getting us?
The volume. It remains channel 1, of course, for English.
It must be a problem with his with the honorable's headset, Mr. President.
The headset? Is it okay now?
It's okay, sir.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. So our committee strongly believes on the principle of equality and consultation, and so we respect the internal rules and regulations of the Pan-African Parliament regarding the adoption of reports by the members of the committee before they are submitted to plenary. And so, with respect for all my honorable colleagues, I decided to postpone the presentation of this report on the work of the committee because it's not yet, we've not yet had a meeting to adopt it within committee before submitting it to plenary. That is why I request, Mr. President, that you grant a request for postponement of this adoption so that the other members who are here present, they also agree with me, Mr. Mbo from the Gambia, Mr. Abdel Kal from Libya, Honorable Ambuka from Zambia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So the report, we do accept that it be presented at the next session.
Very good.
That now, on this note, the clerk can read the seventh order of the day.
Honorable President, the seventh order of the day is the presentation and adoption of the draft resolutions and recommendations of the third ordinary session of the Sixth Parliament.
Thank you. See, there's a correction. They are not final yet. These are draft resolutions. But I want to consult in the spirit of democracy. I want to say this is the last item of the whole session. After this one, we close the presentation and adoption of resolutions and recommendations. Tomorrow, this is now 10 to 5. Tomorrow we wanted to be done 10:30. If we delay 11, we'll have closed and left the chamber. But that is if we go through the resolutions. I'm aware that the document for resolutions and recommendations would only have been received by yourselves sometime this afternoon. And I want to confirm if it has been received both electronically and hard copy in all the languages. You have it in English, in French, in Arabic, Portuguese. What is the problem with the Portuguese translators? Because when the document goes for translation, it goes to all translators of all languages. So why Portuguese only? Yeah, because they do not give some interpreters, some translators and deny others. So who are the Portuguese translators who have let us down to this extent? Because we wanted to deal with this document even at least halfway. That guarantees that tomorrow we won't go beyond 1 hour before we finish the whole document. Portuguese, honorable members who speak Portuguese, I don't know if you can allow us to proceed or we stop. You can get
Senhor
me.
Presidente.
Sorry?
Sim, e pode da nossa parte, não tem nenhum problema.
Honorable President, on our part, we have the French version and we can understand, so you may proceed, Honorable President.
Thank you for that good spirit. Because if we go through this, it means tomorrow, as I say, we will close very early. Even if you are flying on Sunday, at least by 10 you are done, you can go back in town and do other business. So if we agree that we proceed, the way we do it is that we present resolution 1, but we can't read everything that is basically mechanical. Things like considering also recording, also recording further, and noting. What is important is now, therefore, we resolve to. That's the most important part of it. So that's the part that we should read. The first is just a preamble, and then we move with the actual substance of the resolution. If we agreed, we proceed accordingly. That we actually go to the main substance of the resolution. And I will ask the clerk to lead us in the resolutions and the recommendations.
Honorable President, Resolution number 1. Resolution on the African Union Theme of the Year 2024. Open quote, educate an African fit for the 21st century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. After the preambular paragraphs related to this resolution, the Parliament now therefore hereby resolves to 1. Undertake robust awareness creation and advocacy within our member parliaments and speakers forum on implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal 4. 2. Participate in evaluation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 and in the development of the successor strategy post-2025. 3. Advocate for the allocation of adequate national budgets comprising not less than 1% of GDP to financing education, science, technology, and innovation. 4. Contribute to the development and implementation of continental policy frameworks on teacher development, learning assessment, and higher education in partnership with the ESTI Department of the AU Commission and other stakeholders. 5. Support policies for strong intra-Africa cooperation and networking between parliamentarians, policymakers, scientists, journalists, and the private sector in advancing education, science, technology, and innovation in Africa. 6. Support legislative actions for dynamic and sustainable research enterprise capable of translating scientific discoveries into products, services, and processes that are required for socio-economic development. 7. Advocate for transformation of the entire education system on the continent while paying special attention to marginalized groups, including girls, children in rural areas, those living with disabilities, and those on the move, including those in fragile countries and contexts, and report at each consecutive session of the PAP on progress made. 8. Regularly request and consider the reports and/or updates from the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, regional economic communities, member states, and other stakeholders on the implementation of the Continental Education Strategy for Africa 2016 to 2025 and the education-related targets of AU Agenda 2063, as well as Sustainable Development Goal number 4, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 5th of July 2024.
Thank you. I shall now allow contributions, if any, on the recommendation. Honorable Mgantana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support these resolutions, but Mr. President, wouldn't it have been easier, for example, in paragraph 1?
Can you listen?
wouldn't it have been easier for the drafters?
Sorry, number what?
Paragraph 1.
1, undertake.
Yes, yes, Your
Thanks.
Excellency.
Yes.
The drafters are keeping on referring to documents which are not attached to the resolution, which makes it a bit windy, which means that when somebody is reading this resolution, he will have, for example, to refer to Sustainable Development Goal number 4, and it's not attached. If you also look at that strategy for education for Africa, again, 2016 to 2025, it's not attached. So it doesn't flow very well. It's like you're resolving something, but you have to refer to a document which is not with you. I don't know why the drafters didn't either attach or just reproduce the document they referred to make it easier for any person who is interacting with this document. I submit, Mr. President.
Any comment from Honorable Mbo?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. Yes, I think I quite agree with my brother from Kenya, but I think for the interest of time, I think if the Secretariat can actually download these documents and share it with all the members, at least we'll be able to make reference to, because otherwise the documents will be really too bulky. So if they can share the soft copy by email, and then I think we'll be able to make reference to that. Thank you.
Yes, that be done. But I would also still comment and say, do you want the honorable member to go and read this education strategy for Africa 2016-2021, which could be 35 pages? Yes. Yeah, then what we need to do, which I think is part of the improvement of the document, they should pick something from that, because it can't be the whole book. That strategy on a page is also smart. On this page, probably there's a list of deliverables, right, which are contained on page, so to page, so. That is the better way to present it. In that document, there is a specific page or 2-3 pages which you want to implement. You don't implement a document. You implement what is provided for as the implementable, if you understand what I mean. The strategy can be 45 pages, sorry. But what you implement can be on page 9 to page 35 and page 34. So can you quote the pages in that document that are for implementation? Because you don't implement from page 1 to page last. Part of it is just a preamble. You don't implement a preamble. So that's part of the improvement. Any other comments? Yeah, I'm not seeing someone too far. Yes, Honorable the Gambia, and yeah, a bit far, I can't see.
Yes, thank you. Just in brief, on the number 0.7, where we talk about advocate, I think if we can also include, however we can include it, that is the using our mother tongue languages in early education, at least in the starting of the, because we've discussed that here, and I could remember that the presenter said he was going to do some recommendation to that effect, so that countries can be alert to ensure that the kids start education in their own languages. So however we can include that in number 7, or we create a different bullet point, would be appreciated.
Thank you. There's a comment. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I just wanted to tell you that we subscribe to these proposals and resolutions, but I wanted to take the floor on the word participatif in French does not exist. It should be participer. The second is about 7, the last line, which says the persons living with disabilities. And it says handicapped. And now we need to say persons with specific needs, not handicapped, as it is worded in French. This is what I wanted to add, Mr. President.
Right. And that is very brilliant again. So, with those comments and then the subsequent amendments, can we say we are adopting? Is it okay if those comments? Right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Take us to the second resolution.
Honorable President, the second resolution is a resolution on the adoption of the model law on cooperatives in Africa. And after preambular paragraphs, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby, 1, adopts the proposed model law on cooperatives in Africa as tabled in plenary. 2, mandates the Committee on Finance, Monetary Affairs to continue carrying out advocacy, sensitization, and capacity building activities on the model law on cooperatives in Africa. 3, requests the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs under the leadership of the Bureau to promote the endorsement, use, and dissemination by African Union member states. 4, requests also members of the Pan-African Parliament to pioneer the domestication and use of the model law on cooperatives in Africa in their respective parliaments and report at each consecutive plenary session on their efforts. And 5, expresses gratitude to the Cooperatives Alliance Africa and other stakeholders from which the committee received support for the formulation of the model law on cooperatives in Africa, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 5th of July, 2024.
Thank you. Any debate on this one? Can we say agreed to? Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move to resolution number 3.
Honorable President, resolution number 3 is the resolution on the legal and policy framework paper of the draft model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. After a number of preambular provisions, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby, 1, takes note with appreciation the progress realized so far by the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability in the formulation of a model law on gender equality and equity in Africa. 2, adopts the legal and policy framework paper on the model law on gender equality and equity in Africa, including the recommendations compiled from consultations with the AU organs, regional parliaments, technical partners, and civil society organizations from all African regions. 3, requests the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability to proceed with the drafting and finalization of the model law on gender equality and equity in line with the legal and policy framework paper. 4, also requests the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and People with Disability to intensify parliamentary advocacy and engagement for the universal ratification, domestication, and implementation of the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women and other related instruments. 5, mandates the Committee on Gender to increase collaboration and exchanges with regional and national parliamentary bodies with a view to enhancing the capacity of parliamentarians to monitor and integrate gender equality and equity in national budgeting, lawmaking, oversight, and formulation of public policy and programs, and to report to consecutive plenary sessions of the Pan-African Parliament on the progress made. 6, welcomes the collaboration with the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, as well as other stakeholders within and outside the African Union, including from civil society, in the formulation of the model law on gender equality and equity. 7, commends the Committee on Gender for the milestone achieved in the formulation of the model law on gender equality and equity on Africa.
Any debate on this one? There is a small typo which you corrected as you are reading, you saw it, eh? Programs. But you corrected it. So if no debate, can we say it's agreed to and adopted? Yes. Thank you. Can we move to resolution, the next resolution?
Honorable President, resolution number 4 is the resolution on challenges to effective implementation of decisions of the African Union governance and human rights bodies.
Thank you.
After a number of preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now resolves to 1, request from the African human rights bodies a regular report to the Pan-African Parliament's Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the status of implementation of human rights recommendations, decisions, and judgments to enable the Parliament to take the necessary follow-up action through national parliaments and its national delegations. 2, mandate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to be seized of the issue of implementation of human rights standards, decisions, and judgments, and regularly report to plenary on the follow-up actions undertaken. 3, request the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to consider the potential gaps in national legislation in relation to the framework of implementation of decisions emanating from African human rights bodies, and to propose a model legal instrument to guide a harmonized domestic implementation of decisions of the African human rights bodies. 4, work closely with all African Union human rights bodies to leverage on synergies and our respective comparative advantages in formulating model laws and other joint initiatives that have a bearing on the promotion and protection of human rights. 5, encourage Pan-African parliamentarians to take the lead to ensure effective oversight, domestication, and implementation of recommendations, decisions, and judgments pertaining to human rights, governance, and other African Union shared values. 6, request the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to work with partners to strengthen the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament and national parliamentarians to monitor and ensure an effective implementation of human rights decisions. 7, also request the Bureau to develop an institutionalized framework for engagement with all African Union governance and human rights institutions with the aim of improving and accelerating the rate of ratification of human rights instruments and implementation of human rights and governance decisions. 8, institutes an institutionalized reporting mechanism whereby every national delegation of the PAP membership will be expected to report at every consecutive session of Parliament on the actions taken towards ratification, domestication, and implementation of African Union treaties, decisions, and recommendations. 9, commend the PAP Bureau, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, the Secretariat for the increasing institutionalized engagement with other African Union human rights bodies, including the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Peer Review Mechanism, and the African Union Economic, Social, and Cultural Council, as well as national human rights institutions and civil society organizations.
Any observations, Honorable Mugatana?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the paragraph 7 and paragraph 8, there is a specific request. One goes to the Bureau in paragraph 7, and the other one seems to be addressing the committee itself. The problem with these resolutions, there are no timelines. So, for example, on paragraph 7, can we consider to improve it by saying that it should be within 1 month that the Bureau should develop an institutionalized framework for the engagement with all African Union, and the sentence to go on, so that there is an action required and a timeline given and people to go to work on it. Otherwise, this resolution will go to sleep. Again, if you look at institute an institutionalized reporting mechanism, whereby every national delegation of PAP will be expected to report. So this institutionalized reporting, can we find a timeline? I don't know, Mr. President, but I was thinking also we create a 1 month timeline for both those resolutions so that we can make them actually take off. Because if we don't, then those resolutions might go to sleep and will come in the next session without any action being taken. I submit, Mr. President.
Any other? Yeah, Liberia.
No, Lesotho, Honorable President, not Liberia.
Lesotho, sorry.
I was saying mine is a small one on 8. I have a small problem with institutes and institutionalized reporting. Perhaps we can look for a synonym like customized, existing. The English, Madam Clerk, is not readable. I guess you wanted to say customized. I think it will be more readable in that way.
If you look at what they are trying to say, it remains institutionalized, not quite customized. It's a PAP. It's PAP which is having an institutionalized mechanism. It's not customizing by the National Parliament. It's the National Parliament that will customize or domesticate. Ours is to say something that's more institutionalized. which is a mechanism. Basically, we can remove the word institutionalized and say a mechanism to, for example. Anyway, we hear the answers. Honorable Gambia.
Okay, thank you very much. I was thinking in 5, there is a typo, I think you've seen it, where you say it should be encouraged, but what you have there is different, it's a typo. And on 8,
I mean encourage, yeah?
Yeah, encouraged.
Encourage, there's a typo there.
Yes, there's
Inco-gauge.
Yeah.
It's inco-gauge.
Yes.
So that's easy to
yes.
amend, yes.
So in 8, like my honorable friend said there, instead of institutes, I was thinking of adopts. I think they really want us to adopt an institutionalized reporting mechanism rather than actually create an institute of some sort.
Indeed, the word institutes there is not the proper way to open that statement. But the intention here is to tell the drafters to amend, to correct this. So I believe they've taken note. On 6, if there are no comments, any further comments, yes?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. President. I would like to request you also to pay attention to the French version, instituer un mécanisme institutionnalisé. So if the correction be introduced also to the French version, Mr. President.
They adopt something like that, adopts and institutionalized. And I know adopt in French is also common.
Yeah.
So what's the word in French? Adopts in French?
Adopter.
Good. On 6, where is it to strengthen the capacity of PAP and the national parliamentarians, there is an inconsistency in flow of language. Either you say PAP parliamentarians, Pan-African Parliament parliamentarians, and the National Parliament parliamentarians. So there it is PAP, which is an institution. Now, when you move to national parliaments, if you want to say PAP, then you should say national parliaments. If you want to use, if you want parliamentarians, then the capacity of PAP parliamentarians, for the PAP and the national parliamentarians, so that you don't repeat the word parliamentarians. PAP and the national parliamentarians, something like that. Again, these are just comments. Let's move to 5. The drafters are taking note. Yes, we'll move to 5.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 5 is resolution on abolition of the death penalty in Africa. After a number of preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, commend the 25 African Union member states that have to date abolished the death penalty in their legislations: Angola, Benin, Burkina Faso, Burundi, Cape Verde, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Gabon, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Equatorial Guinea, Madagascar, Mauritius, Mozambique, Namibia, Central African Republic, Rwanda, Sao Tome and Principe, Senegal, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, South Africa, and Togo. 2, work with parliaments of the member states which have imposed a moratorium on executions to advance and implement other concrete measures for the total abolition of the death penalty in their legislation. 3, deploy its parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to urge that the member states that have abolished the death penalty de facto and those that continue to apply this sentence to take bold steps towards legal abolition of the death penalty, including by ratifying the 2nd optional protocol relative to the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights on the abolition of the death penalty, and to commute death sentences for all persons currently on death row. 4, support the draft additional protocol to the African Charter on the abolition of the death penalty in Africa, and commit to working with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and other relevant stakeholders for its adoption by the Assembly of the African Union.
Any debate on this one? Yes, the Gambia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I was thinking that in the first one, where they mentioned all the countries that that have ratified, and when it comes to the second one also, all the countries that have imposed moratorium, it should also be mentioned. I think it would be okay to mention them so that people focus on them and we continue to encourage them to go all the way. That's what I was thinking.
Any other comment, Mkatana?
Yes, Mr. President, I was supporting the honorable member who has just spoken before me, because you find, like in Kenya, since 1987, there has been no execution at all on any person on death penalty. In fact, the Supreme Court in 2014 said that there is no mandatory death sentence. So that introduced it removed the cap that was on some of these violent robbery, violence, or murder that had to be mandatory death sentence. So because of that, there has been no execution for so long. So a second category needs to be created. I think it would help, like my honorable colleague has said, to encourage the path towards total abolition from our laws. I submit, Mr. President.
Any other? Yes. I need to know your name. Honorable, I need to know your name.
C'est l'honorable Safia Djibouti.
Honorable Safia from Djibouti, Mr. President. I thank you. I just wanted to take the floor on item number 4, where the sentence is not really appropriate. It says that the draft on the death penalty, we should say, nous nous engageons, in French, we commit ourselves to working with the African Commission. And then we should say la conférence instead of conférence. See, these have to do with the language, Mr. President. Thank you.
I believe we are done. Is this list exhaustive? Yeah. Are we sure, committee, are we sure this list of countries is exhaustive? You have not left out some? Because I remember Zimbabwe abolished death penalty, as I'm saying that. I remember Zimbabwe abolished death penalty. But anyway, can you check your facts? And under 4, where I say support, I think I want to believe we are consistent in the document. Somewhere else we say we'll work with national parliaments. And I believe it's a good strategy in all our recommendations. Yes, stakeholders, but national parliaments and even regional bodies. Because in terms of our rules and the protocol, we are enjoined to work with regional parliaments, regional economic groupings, national parliaments. So can we, as much as possible, in everything that we are trying to propose, we say we work with national parliaments. I don't just work with the AU and the Assembly, or relevant, maybe the Banjul Commission, which also are criticized for not having consulted at national level. Again, it's a smart way of drafting the document. Can we move on to Resolution 6. Sorry? Oh, no, sorry. It's a sign of getting tired. I think, are we agreed and then we adopt? Asante sana, shukran. 6, resolution number 6.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 6 is the resolution on the consideration of the performance report of the Pan-African Parliament. After a few preambular provisions, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1. Adopt the performance report of the Pan-African Parliament for the period March to June 2024. Urges the Bureau of the PAP to continue engaging with the African Union policy organs with a view to improve stakeholder appreciation of the role of the Pan-African Parliament and its mandate, as well as to address the outstanding PAP issues, including payment of allowance of PAP members in line with Article 10 of the protocol, the initiation of the forensic audit in line with the February 2024 decision of the Executive Council, and the speedy conclusion of the recruitment for the vacant secretariat positions. 3, request the Bureau to ensure that permanent committees and structures of Parliament are provided with the required support for the implementation of their activities. 4, also requests the Bureau to speed up the process of the review of the rules of procedure of Parliament and ensure their urgent finalization and tabling for plenary consideration at the next ordinary session. 5, further request the Bureau to approach and designate PAP champions amongst African heads of states and other high-level personalities to plead and advance the cause of the Pan-African Parliament before African Union policy organs. 6, adopt the proposal for the appointment of a resident representative. 6, adopt the proposal for the appointment of a resident representative of the Pan-African Parliament to the African Union headquarters in order to foster and deepen relations and information flow between the PAP and the African Union Commission, as well as policy organs of the African Union. 7, request the Bureau to firmly instruct the Secretariat to address all legitimate outstanding audit and strategic criticisms leveled against the Pan-African Parliament and requests from the policy organs the lifting of all ancient audit issues that continue to affect the budget of the Pan-African Parliament. 8, mandate every national delegation to take the necessary action for advancing PAP resolutions and recommendations at the domestic arena and to prepare a report back to the plenary at the next ordinary session. 9, commend the 15 member states that have to date ratified the PAP Malabo Protocol and urge national delegations from the countries that are yet to ratify this protocol to take the necessary parliamentary and advocacy action to promote the ratification of the PAP Malabo Protocol. 10, urge the Bureau to expedite the process of the recruitment for the vacant positions within the PAP Secretariat and to ensure that the recruitment process is concluded before the end of the year. 11, also urge all structures of the Pan-African Parliament to take all necessary measures to fully utilize the budget line allocated to them. 12, equipped each national with the names and contacts of PRC members and F-15 experts from their countries to facilitate the engagement and lobbying to be done from time to time by each national delegation for the adequate financing of the Pan-African Parliament. 13, request the Bureau to organize during the August 2024 committee sittings a workshop on results-based management results-based approach to management, programming, and budgeting for the leadership of all permanent committees and caucuses. 14, calls for the unity and collective leadership at the level of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. Comments, debate on this one. Honorable, I don't mispronounce the name again. I say Stuki, I say Steki, so, but I mean the same person from Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. It depends on the dialect you're using. If you're an Afrikaner, you'll say Stuki. If you're English, you'll say Stuki.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. On number 12, equip each national, I think delegation was omitted there. May it be inserted? I submit. Thank you, Honorable President.
Any Honorable Mulatana, sorry, I'll come over.
Mr. President, on number 11, there's something I was requesting in terms of improving the document that the Bureau can do. The fact of the matter is that, and I'm a member of the Finance Committee, if we don't spend the money allocated to the structures, then we don't have a good standing in terms of pushing for more budget. So the request is that the Bureau should write to the committees, after we leave, to the committees and the caucuses, if they have been allocated any funds, the amount of monies that are available, and the deadlines for spending that money, so that information can be with the chairs of the caucuses and the committees to promote budget expenditure. Because if it's not used, then we have a problem when we are lobbying for more cash. So I wanted the document to catch, to improve on number 11. Number 12, Mr. President, I didn't finish my submission on your report, but I remember saying, you say that Kenya is one of the countries which have members in the budget committee. The proposal I had is that if the Bureau, again, this is to-do list, maybe through the clerk, they can give us a standard point of information. That is for all of us who are in that budget committee, so that when we are approaching our various members, the PRC or the budget or whatever, we are speaking the same language. Just a small document that can be sent via email to the heads of delegation. It would really help us to speak with one language and maybe help us in pushing our agenda to lobby for more funds for our organization. I submit, Mr. President.
I'm looking for further the Gambia, and then I'll start from there. I'll come to Honorable Barakat. I'll start from there.
Yes, thank you. I have
yes.
Just little issue with 7, bullet point 7. the second to last line beginning, ancient. Where they put ancient? I think the most appropriate word would be outstanding instead of ancient audit issues.
Yeah, you can help them. They've used the word outstanding in that paragraph earlier, outstanding audit against, then they come up with another innovation and say request from the policy organs to lifting. So this issue, the first outstanding is to the secretariat to clear. Then the second one is for the policy organs to lift. There they don't use outstanding. Of course, you cannot say outstanding. Ask them to, they cannot lift outstanding. Lifting of all old, but again, old may not be the word. Yeah, maybe previous audit. These are previous. Yes, I think that is agreed.
Okay.
If it's previous, it's agreed.
Yes, also I realized that in 13, the second line where we say result based, we always say results based. So we maintain the word results based. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. What is there is.
Sorry, I can't actually get you clearly.
In 13, second line works up on result based. So we say results, we put S on the result. That's how we found it here. Results base. Results base.
Results based.
Yes.
So what's wrong?
The S is not on the result.
No, on mine is okay. Result is result. RESULT.
S.
That's result.
But the S is missing.
No, it's there.
Ah, okay.
On the result, RESULT is there. And the best, again, S is there. I don't know, maybe yours is different from mine.
Okay.
But thanks for the contribution. I know there was, Barakat. Oh, sorry, I'll come.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Point number 6. Point number 6, we're talking about congratulating the member states who have ratified the PAP protocol under the Malabo protocol. I think we need to indicate clearly which Malabo protocol we are talking about. The new PAP protocol of 2024. Thereafter, for those who are not aware of the acronyms, I think we need to indicate the F16. That is the countries that are in charge of finance, if I understood well. So they need to spell that out.
Maybe it was translation problem. It came out as if there are two Malabo protocols. There's a new Malabo protocol and an old. Is that, I don't know whether maybe interpretation was wrong. It's coming out as if there are two Malabo protocols. Here there's only one. There's only one Malabo protocol. The 2015 one. All right, maybe it's noted. Any other comments? Yes. Honorable Felix.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est au point 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point 14, the last point, where they talk about unity and collective leadership at the level of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament. Here, I have a small concern. I think it will appear as if unity and leadership concerns only the Bureau, but then this should also include all parliamentarians. So maybe we need to add that unity and the collective leadership at the level of the Parliament, generally speaking, and the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament in particular, because we should all be united and we should all show leadership which characterizes us as a representative of the people.
if the Bureau only unites, but you come to us and divide us, it doesn't work. So you also, parliamentarians have also to embrace that unity. So the drafters can take care of. You said Lesotho, eh?
Yes, from the bigger kingdom, His Excellency. Mine will be on 2 and 10. The last two sentences of 2, perhaps the drafters, if they can take it that it ends with Executive Council, and then you leave out and the speedy conclusion of the recruitment of the vacant secretarial positions. The reason being, 10 became very explicit about the same issue and actually highlighted the recruitment issue that I think was taken into 2 with the last 2 sentences.
Yeah, you have a point. That paragraph is carrying too much. It's overloaded. Yeah, they need to split it somewhere. Executive Council decision should have been a decision. And on the same, I think the drafters would have realized that the decision of the Executive Council does not only concern recruitment. The best way is simply to say, urge the Bureau to implement all the decisions of the executive, or not to pick one and leave others. So the spirit should be, all of them should be implemented. So they not pick and choose which one to be implemented. So the language finally should be right, speedy implementation of all the decisions of the Executive Council. And that is all. So thank you. And other, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I get back on the resolution 13, which was raised by my colleague from the Gambia. I think what he was referring to is that the result must be plural. It should be a workshop on results-based approach. So the S is missing after T. Okay. So it's results plural based approach.
Okay, yeah, I think you've clarified it. You've clarified it. I see the Gambia, Burundi. I'll start from there, is it? Right, Gambia.
Thank you. Mr. President, I will go to 9.
9.
Recommend the 15 member states that have to date ratified. I think we should be consistent. If we go back to resolution number 5, where we listed the 25 member states, I would recommend that we list the 15 member states. It will not only help to bring awareness, but it will also make them take the ones that haven't ratified, take ownership, make sure that they emulate the ones that are listed. I would recommend that we list the 15 countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Burundi.
Merci. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Resolution number 13 requests the Bureau to organize during August 2024 committee sitting a workshop, and I would like to suggest the following. Because we here in August 2024 request the Bureau to organize during the next committee sittings a workshop. So indicating if we don't indicate the next, whereas we're not very certain, there is a problem there.
Legally smart. You don't say August. What if we do it in September? So next, I think, is a proper way to put it. Is there any interest, Honorable Bettini?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So it is on the number of resolutions. In French, when we say that is, there's a theory of permanence of methods. I think in all teachings it exists. You see request, hereby request. Well, when we start with an indicative verb, we need to have coherence. So if we conjugate some verbs, they should all be conjugated. And also elsewhere, I noticed the same thing. I think the French translator of the document, if they start with a noun, the entire document should start with nouns. If it is conjugated verbs or infinitive, it should be coherent. So you shouldn't say demand or has demanded, next paragraph and so on. Thank you.
Noted by drafters that consistency. Any other that I have not noted? My own here, to keep. See, number 12, equip each. I think the word is not equip. I think it's more of provide. Provide each national, not equip. And then on 4, also request the Bureau to speed up the process of review of rules of procedure. No, let's go back to the Executive Council resolution or decision. It does not give responsibility to the Bureau. So there's no way the Bureau can do this. What you are actually requesting here is the Office of the Legal Counsel, because we are waiting for them. The Bureau is not mentioned in the Executive Council decision. So we cannot now transfer that responsibility to the Bureau. But it also requests the Office of the Legal Counsel to speed up the review. The review is by them, but the adoption in plenary by us. So I think it would be improper to say the Bureau should speed up. It is the Office of the Legal Counsel. Thank you. We can move to 7, resolution number 7. Sorry, look. Again, sign of being tired. Adopted, agreed to and adopted. 7.
Honorable President, the draft resolution number 7 is the resolution on the Gambian bill aimed at reversing the ban on female genital mutilation. After a few preambular clauses, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, carry out its parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to mobilize the Parliament and all relevant stakeholders in the Gambia to resist the proposed bill and maintain the ban on FGM as provided for in the Women's Act of 2015. 2, deploy an urgent advocacy mission led by the Bureau under the support of the Committee on Gender to work with all stakeholders and mobilize all key actors in the Gambia to reject the proposed bill and support for the ban of FGM and other related harmful practices. 3, collaborate with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights excuse me, and other relevant stakeholders for the deployment of the advocacy mission to the Gambia as soon as possible before the consideration of the proposed bill in Parliament. 4, remain seized of this matter for a progress or performance report at the next ordinary session.
Comments? Gambia itself.
Yes,
Gambia.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yes, I think if you look at the considering, we must also remind Gambia about CEDAW and CEDAW, which is the UN Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Gambia actually has signed since 1980, and they must be reminded about their obligations internationally. The second one, which is appreciating the clarion call made by Honorable Commissioner, at the end, we need to add government's commitment to enforcing the prohibition of FGM in the Gambia as pronounced by His Excellency the President on June 27, just last week. He made a pronouncement in the Parliament. I think we need to capture that to also ensure that he does exactly that. So those are the only two things I have. We need to capture the UN Convention on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And number two, for the clarion call and to remind the government about their commitment as well. Thank you.
Gambia, I can see two Gambia interests.
Thank you. Mr. President, as the chair of the Gender Committee in my national parliament, I applaud this resolution. But I would also like to include, not only carry out its parliamentary advocacy, but to add at the soonest possible. Because this should be a clarion call. We are desperate not to pass this bill. I would urge this assembly to carry out at the soonest possible its parliamentary advocacy. Because if you say carry out its advocacy, when? How long? The report is going to be read as I go back on Monday. And then we continue with the consideration stage. And it also said deploy an urgent advocacy mission. I applaud that. But going back to one, it says to Parliament and all relevant stakeholders in the Gambia to resist the proposed bill. Not only to resist, but also to support them in creating awareness of the consequences of FGM. If they resist, and then what? They can resist but not know of the consequences and the effects. They should support them, the relevant stakeholders, to resist and then to create awareness for people to know why they should resist. And also, to continue, it says to work with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Not only at this level, but it should be a continuous effort. We don't know how far this has created division in the country. Because members, even if they are opposed to it, they are afraid to vote against it. They might not come, or they might come and vote to repeal because they are afraid. So we do not only need to talk to the stakeholders, we also need to help and support members of parliament in their constituencies to make sure that people, not only the stakeholders, but the citizens themselves know the consequences of this. And also to, I can't even read my writing.
Yeah, 3 minutes is off.
Oh, okay. Because you should give us a lot, because this is directly related to us. It is a cause for concern. And if this committee is supporting us, I think they should give us time to tell you people the concerns, because we are the ones that are going to guide you. And as the chair of the committee, and I think this assembly is also privileged to have 4 members of the gender committee sitting here with you. So I think we should listen to us.
So we are done. Sorry.
Yes.
You'll be repeating. You can come back on the floor. Let's say.
Yes, Your Excellency, the concern raised by the Gambia seems to be so urgent, but this resolution has not caught the issue of funds. So I was requesting if the drafters can catch the issue of urgently allocating funds for the purpose of this mission. Otherwise, Mr. President, we may come back here in the next ordinary session and be told we could not function because there were no funds available. I thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. I would just like to state, maybe in the future, if we have such a real solution for a country, I think the delegation must be contacted so that they can give their feedback. Like she said, there are 4 members of the Gender Committee from the Gambia in PAP, including myself. So we could have even given more information to make it very, very relevant. But nonetheless, we will go with what we have now. But in the future, for any other country, I think it's important that the country be contacted, the delegation, so they can give feedback on such a resolution. Thank you.
That is correct. When we write about a country as PAP, and we have country delegation in our PAP, I think it's proper that you engage that delegation also to get better detail and better information. So that is, I think, agreed. I don't see any problem with that approach. I know Sandra Mauritius.
Yes, Mr. President, there is some errors on the pagings when we compare the document in the English version and French version. For example, the resolution number 6 in the English version, it's resolution number 6, and in the French version, it's 7, and in the French version, it's resolution number 6. So if you can consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sophia. Honorable Sophia.
Merci. Je voulais...
Thank you. I just wanted to correct some small errors. Thank you, Mr. President. Just for better understanding of the text in French, I just wanted to make 3 suggestions. First, in the first resolution, when they talk about carry out its activities, carrying out, I think the correction should be carry out advocacy activities. The second one, the second resolution at the end is indicated, and other related harmful practices. I think we should talk about other related harmful traditional practices, because when we talk about FGM, it's a harmful traditional practice. And the third resolution, the last line, when we talk about sending out an advocacy mission, it shouldn't just be a mission, rather an advocacy mission.
That I've missed out. One is where? Chair of the Women's Caucus.
Excellent, Monsieur le Président, l'ordinateur.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the machine is making it difficult for you to see me. Yes, so that's the screen is the obstacle between us. So I have a comment which really is not on the resolution, but really on the intervention of my colleague earlier, who spoke earlier, and who requested asked why the Gambian delegation was not consulted, and they prefer that next time when their country is concerned, we need to concern their delegation and so on. I think that we here as parliamentarians, if there is an issue related to something and that concerns a member country of the Pan-African Parliament, we do not necessarily need to consult the members of the delegation who are here with us. Because to adopt or not to adopt a resolution really is a policy issue, a political issue. Sometimes there are parliamentarians who want a resolution or a bill to be annulled in their parliaments, but really I think with regards to that issue on FGM and other issues that we are going to discuss, if we try to get the opinions of our members who are from those countries, there could also be an obstacle to the adoption of a specific proposal. And so when we try to adopt a resolution, we need to collectively think about the best interests of the African people. Maybe if we ask their opinion, they'll give a negative answer.
Thank you. Any other? None. No. Before we adopt, I don't know why nobody contributed 1 or 2 points which I have in mind. People, look, I have my own, but I seem to be the only one. First of all, are we sure we want to carry out parliamentary advocacy and diplomacy to mobilize the parliament and all stakeholders in Gambia? Are you sure that's the approach that you want to take as PAP, to go mobilize people in the Gambia? We may look at a better way of doing it. I don't think as PAP, if we will go and mobilize people in Gambia against this bill, I don't think that way. Maybe it's a wedding. And the approach, I think approach also is important, because we quote this resolution when we have to write to the government of Gambia. There's no mission of PAP that visits a country without writing to the government, and that government gives you visas and then authorizes and say, come. That's how PAP operates. And let's be careful the way you can't write and say, we are coming to mobilize the people in your country. Right. Then secondly, such missions are not led by the Bureau, because we don't belong to those committees. The committee itself, under chair or anybody, they are the ones that undertake these missions. Because Bureau members are not part of those committees, unless it's a special circumstance. But it's deployed, led by the committee itself, or jointly with other committees. It may make sense. Like Human Rights and Gender Committee, it could be a women's caucus, gender, human rights could be a better way to approach it. But finally, I believe number 3, to me, is the key. The rest of the 1 and 2 would need to be improved a lot. In my view, this is a human rights gender issue. Number 3 should be the leading resolution. Pan-African Parliament should working or jointly with the African Commission on Human People's Rights. To me, let's from the beginning say we have a joint mission with this commission. From our side, we have 3 committees or 1 or 2. Together, then we say, I don't like the way they mobilize. It will sound too political. It's like we are fighting something. We don't fight anything as PAP. We only advise and encourage or discourage. Yeah, mobilization would mean something different. Look, so, and I'll end there, that those who are drafting, in my view, number 3 should be the leading entry point, that we will take a joint mission, PAP and Banjul Commission. And then inside, talk of the rest, something like that. I'm not giving any answer or ruling. I'm just giving my views. And can we draft properly? Otherwise, we scare Gambia itself, and we may not even be given the permission to enter Gambia itself. Right. Anyway, go and write it the way you think it would improve. Resolution 8, sorry, what I'm trying to do, what I see is that resolutions will end just now, very soon. Then recommendations we do tomorrow morning, which cannot take us more than an hour. So I don't intend to go through the whole document. Because if you look at the time now, it's a bit tricky. So we have to leave before 6:30. So, but again, do
point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
Oh, point of order, Honorable President. I crave for your political leadership and guidance to adjourn now so that we reconvene tomorrow more energized, numerically more, to come and finish the work. It's 1800 hour, it's really late, members are going to hotels.
Thank you. Thank you. We do resolution 8 because it's very short.
Yeah.
If we do 8, it's very short. then we can consider adjourning, no problem. Then we remain with 3 resolutions only before we get to recommendations. So let's do 8, which I think will be done in 3 minutes. Is it 7 or 8? No, 7 in my document was the Gambia thing. In my document, 7 was Gambia. Or adoption only, you are right. With amendments, adopted with amendments. Let's go to 8.
Honorable President, draft resolution number 8 is the resolution on advancing free movement in Africa. After preambular paragraphs, the Pan-African Parliament now hereby resolves: 1. Create a Pan-African parliamentary network for advocacy in favor of improving the free movement of persons in Africa. 2. Create a provisional committee within the Pan-African Parliament to sensitize and mobilize its members on the importance of ratifying the protocol on the free movement of persons. 3. Intensify advocacy efforts for the ratification of the protocol on free movement of persons through its committees and national delegations, and report back during the next session.
Any issues on this one? Likely 0. But do you create, what's the difference between a create and establish? Can you go and look at the English? Is it creation or establishing? Yes. Thank you very much. Well done. We've worked late. There's a hand, yes. Where is it? 1 and 2, yes. We start with here, we come over there.
Merci, Excellence. Thank you, Excellency. Just a request to harmonize, because before, when we decided, we started 1, 2, 3. Now in French, it's I, and then 2 I's, and so change that to numbers.
You are right. You are right. Contribution.
Just a matter of consistency, Honorable President. We have been bolding and using uppercase for all the first synonyms that we used. I don't see any here.
Thank you. I think you are right. Consistency, you are right. I have no issue with that one. Yes. Where is the yes? Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mr. President. I checked from the resolutions, Honorable Chair, Honorable President, from page 1 up to the end. I don't see anything regards to the issue which was deliberated here about the drugs and also about the agriculture. Maybe if they can go and consider that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Oh, resolution on drugs, yes. I think they will bring it tomorrow morning. They hear the omission. They have heard us. Honorable members, I want to thank you very much for being so committed to our work, sitting up to this time, almost half 6. Tomorrow is basically closing the 2-week session. Can I urge that at 9 we are all seated? That will benefit us a lot, so that we know by 10:30, 11 we are gone. If you come late, it means we also start late. 9:30, maybe 10. We move now, we finish at 12. I urge you that we start promptly at 9, so that we finish even before 11. And then, we sing the AU national, the AU anthem, then we go. Good night. We meet tomorrow at 9.